Oh, goodness. Hmm. Y'all, I wanted to go live so bad. Like, I want to go live. I have a lot to talk about, but for some reason, I have one of my nostrils, like, I keep sneezing, and I'm not sure why. I took a Dayquil. Just one side of my nose is bothering. But we gonna have a good conversation. Hopefully, I can. I don't want to take another Dayquil because I'm afraid it might make me drowsy. Um, but okay. Listen, how's everybody doing? There is so much to talk about, but I want to talk about um, some of the conversations that these men keep having. And I guess I'm going to touch a little bit on the women, right? The women. You know what I mean? Like, I know the men going to be thinking, oh, Bomb at it again. She's going to be talking about the men, right? And the women going to be like, oh, Bomb is talking about the men. But when I talk about the men, there's always women involved as well. And I was I was on a new channel, new to me, last night, and we gonna talk about it, babe. We're gonna talk about it. The name of the I think the conversation was about pick me's, and and I was over there, and I had to. I don't know, like for some reason, when these young men like to get disrespectful, and then when I decide to go at them, they try to play that psychological shit that they do with these young women. And I'm trying to tell you, young women, y'all got to stop it. Listen, y'all, I don't know what's going on. I don't know why. It's a whole lot of lunacy going on in society today. Um, a lot of lying, and it's not just on the men's side, it's on the women's side, right? Um, it's a lot of thinking you deserve something. And but I get it, right? Because based on what the men are saying, but first, listen, ladies, the men are lying. They're lying. They just want to shit on you. That's all they want to do, right? Um, but the problem is you're starting to believe them. And because you are believing them, you then also start to lie, right? You start to lie. Or I don't know. I don't know what the hell going on. Um, I done ran into some women who hitting on men and men are turning them down. I don't even know what to say about that shit right there, baby. The only thing I can imagine is that the men have convinced these women that that is something that they should do. Now let me go find that stream. Hey, HT Ball, Yeti Black, what's going on? Lena Love, D Nice. Man, listen, yesterday I was over there by what his name was, the Truth Teller, Trade the Truth Teller. I think that's the name. Let me go look it up real quick. Um, um, and the title is what captured me. Now, first of all, I was over there by a few people last night. I was listening to a guy, which kind of confused me because I was agreeing with I think it's Man Unfiltered, but it didn't look like the guy I thought he was, or maybe I had never seen him before. But I was agreeing with him so much. So I even shared that on my Facebook, right? I was over there for a while, having conversations, you know, talking to a man who's married, and he mentions some of the things that people say, but then for married people or not married people, right? When we speak about the things that we actually see, not about how we claim it should be, right? But what we literally actually see, like, you know, like there's men who cook and there's women who cook, and there's women who hunt and there's men who hunt. There's women who cut the lawn, and there's men who cut the lawn. And there's men who work, and then there's women who work. And like we could go on and on and on and on and on. But on YouTube and listen, YouTube back maybe 10, 15 years, I ain't gonna lie. I used to say, well, There's these fools. These are just these men. I'm afraid to announce that something that used to be just on the internet has grown. And these men, I'm watching right now. Um, Before I started this live, there is a guy named Mediocre Tutorials. And I would like to see the women he deal with. Because I mean, like, right now, he's talking about Michael B. Jordan dealing with Lori Harvey. And he had a problem with Lori Harvey saying that she's the prize. And nothing wrong with an individual thinking that they're a prize, right? Like, you a prize and he's a prize and she's a prize. This bullshit where everybody, like, in a relationship where one of you can only be the prize is ridiculous. But Kevin Samuels and a few of these men started to say that shit. And then now the men say they're the prize. And oh, and they act like it too, baby. Oh, they act like it. And when I say the prize, they're not talking about you just getting with a woman who, of course, she thinks you a prize. She thinks that she did a great job by getting you because she love you. And hopefully you love her. And so y'all come together because both of y'all prizes. Like, not I consider my husband to be a prize. Do I consider him in our relationship to be the prize? Um, like, that would mean I think that out of the both of us, I think that he's better than me for some reason. And I don't think that. And I don't think he's beneath me neither. Like, I truly, like, I don't know what, I don't even know how to explain it to people who may not know what love and respect and decency of somebody you love and appreciate. I can't explain it because it seems like when I do, people get confused. They ask me questions that aren't as simple as the question that they think they asked me. Like something like, well, uh, if your husband asks you uh, to not go out with your girls, and what you gonna do? Right? Uh, and they wanted me to either answer quickly and they wanted me to either say, oh, well, I ain't going. Like some of the women on that panel did. One of the women said, well, I ain't going. And I'm thinking, girl, what? Wait. So I asked, because I need a little more detail. I need a little more detail. I need to know, why is my husband telling me I can't go out with my girlfriends or my family or my children, right? Whenever, or even my goddamn self. What is his purpose of saying, I don't want you to go? And they was like, well, all he got to say is, I don't want you to go. He just tells you he don't want you to go. So I gave a little more context. I was like, wait a minute. So let's say me and my girlfriends, we say we're going on a cruise. I let hubby know, hey, uh, I found some people and we want to go, let's say to Cancun, Mexico. And of course, I'm gonna ask him, do he want to go? Right? He don't want to go. Okay, cool. I'm going. And this is the date. We're going in July 2026. Right? And they say, he tells you you can't go. And I said, well, is he gonna tell me why I can't go? They said, no, he just gonna say you can't go. And I laughed, I giggled. Of course, y'all know I'm ridiculous. I giggled and I said, well, shit, I'm going. In fact, the truth is, I'm a little petty sometimes. I may go just because he told me I can't. On some real shit. Like, I don't know when I became, or when anybody thought I was anybody's property. I wasn't their property when we first got married. I wasn't their property before we got married. And I'm not their property while being married. 30 something years into it, I'm not their property. I am their wife. And ladies, these men want you to be property. And I don't know why they would think that. Now, you gonna be lucky, apparently, if you get with a guy who don't think of you as property, which means he didn't fall into the trap of this internet shit. And it's weird because they question me about something that's working. I get where everybody don't agree with me. Nothing's wrong with it. But what you can't deny is that it's not working. You know what I mean? So I'm on a panel yesterday and they was like, there's no way you could be married. At first, they didn't even know I was married. They were like, ain't no way. There's no way you could be married. Now, I keep hearing this shit. I've been hearing this shit, but we all hear it. It doesn't matter what I say. Do you know when I'm having conversations, these men will find anything, anything to say, nobody wants you. And then when they find out I am married, then now they go to discrediting him. A man that I know they wouldn't walk up to in real life. Listen, still today, you know me, my husband, we in our 50s, right? Y'all know that, right? Hubby is a few years older than me, so he about to hit 60 soon. And even at 60, these men will not walk up to my fucking husband in real life and tell him anything disrespectful. That's the kind of man he is, right? The way he hold himself in conversations or even in just his appearance. He doesn't look like some person you could just go up to and test and play with. He's not that type of man. But these young internet dudes, they like being on panels where they could say anything to anybody. But see, I had to warn one of them last night, you know, that I don't think that's what you want to be doing, baby. You know, I'm I let him know straight up, like, oh, you in Philly? Well, I'm in Delaware. I can have my husband come and meet you. Oh, look at her. She willing to hit somebody killed. I said, yes. He kept saying it as if he wanted me to say, oh, no, I don't want to get nobody killed. See, I didn't never tell him I was going to get anybody killed. Wasn't suggesting I was going to get nobody killed. What I suggested is that they need to watch their motherfucking mouth. That's what I was suggesting. Right? While they all tough talking about how he'll like to speak to my husband. Now, I don't know about the rest of you, but when that little nigga told me he liked to speak to my husband as if he could, took that as a threat. It sounded like he thought he could straighten out my motherfucking husband. And I took that, I took that to heart, baby. Okay. But the thing is, they didn't play victim. They played victim. Now, oh, look, shoot, I said nigga all my life. I've been surrounded around men and men who help and protect and all of that. And a lot of these men don't like that. They want us to give away our protection, ladies, and a lot of you have done just that. Think I give a fuck about a nigga called Anton Daniels suggesting that women will get you hurt? Yes, nigga. If you try to hurt me, then somebody will hurt you. And I take pride in it. They want us to feel bad about it. They want us to feel bad that a man will come to your rescue, ladies. It's so bad in that situation where even with the shooting of that young man, he went to go to help a woman that he possibly didn't even know. And they call him a fool. I'm watching black men today uh proclaim that they ain't helping nobody because they gotta survive. Some men at least said, well, it depends on who it is, situation. Okay, I get that one. I get that one. The men who say, well, it depends on who it is and the situation, that leaves some hope that, they will protect their daughters and their wives and their mothers and their aunts and their grandmothers. Because, I'm quite sure when they say that, they know that it could be some women that they definitely gonna protect. But they got some men who said, hell no. Hell no, I ain't go. One fool on the panel today, right? And I did call him stupid. And by the time I call him stupid like that, it's because they said something real stupid. Like, uh, he's young. I just think he's young, but I don't think he's as young as I thought because I thought he was like in his 20s, but come to find out he's in his 30s, closer to the mid 30s, late 30s, which is not young, right? Not the mentality in which some of these people. But when he said, "Well, I got to go home to my children," I'm thinking, "Oh, and there's some." Wait a minute. So I'm gonna say this. I need y'all to follow me because some people just don't. Some people slow and they don't follow, baby. And then they'll tell Bob, you stupid, that's stupid. You say, follow me. When a man says, I can't protect another person, right? Another man, a woman, a girl, a baby, an elderly person, because they gotta get back home to their children. I start thinking, oh, you mean you're not with your children? You wait a minute. You're not with your children right now? Oh, you're not with them all the time? Oh, so you're not there to protect them all the time. So when you're not there with your children, and if somebody went to harm them and your family, I'm quite sure you will be very appreciative if another person stepped up in your absence to protect them. Ooh, because we live in a society and we know we can't always be around our loved ones, our family, right? But we look for society to a degree to protect the vulnerable, right? And you're not always there. And I hope that in you think that maybe if some other strange man saw somebody beating your daughter or beating your wife or your mother, your aunts, your female cousins, that somebody would at least go jump in to stop it at minimum. They ain't look, nope. I don't think anybody's saying you got to jump in and start cutting and swinging, but like I watch men go and stop the man from beating down on somebody. I watch women do the same thing. Go to stop a man from beating on another woman or another man. All my life, I watch where children fighting, adults will go and stop it, tell them to stop it. We wasn't always just calling the police. In fact, mostly in our community, we do not call the police. Mostly in our community, we stop it and tell everybody. You might be able to stop if I say, "Hey, y'all got to stop it. The police gonna come." So everybody can stop what they doing, come to their right senses, and move the fuck on, go about their business. There used to be a thing where people could fight and live another day to talk about it. Today, I don't know what the hell going on today. We got men who not gonna protect no woman, but they sure will protect their boys though. And something shifted because even when I was growing up, yes, if we was from the same area, If somebody mess with anybody in our neighborhood from another neighborhood, we all fighting. The girls, the boys, the children. Like we not letting that happen, right? But today though, it's clear, ladies, that we on our own. Corey Holcomb, right? This motherfucker to put hands on a goddamn woman, but he had sense enough to think about the Anton Daniel shit, right? He gave him another chance. Say it again, nigga, say it again. But this woman, all she doing was, talking like he was talking, by the way. And this nigga goes and put hands on him. See, I told you I don't know nothing about Corey. I wasn't siding with him over Anton. I was just saying, ladies, don't go protecting Anton when he was making them calls. That nigga sounded like he was saying woody woo, and all the women were supposed to go and help him protect his daughter. And I was saying, nah. I wasn't saying let's side on Corey's side. I was like, leave them niggas do what they do and let them do what they do. Don't get involved. Because these men will not get involved to protect you. We can't even we don't even have any sounds where we can call men to come and stand in front of us to protect us. But these niggas know to use their children to get us to protect them and their people. So I don't even know why people was making it seem like I was on Corey's side. In fact, I said I don't know much about it. That's what came out my fucking mouth. I don't know it. And I would like to have kept it that fucking way. Right? Uh, I didn't want to go to get to know him so I could take a side. I ain't no fucking side. Those are men. But one of the men wanted to call us so we could protect him. Oh, y'all okay with him talking about my daughter? I thought children should be left out of it. What y'all say? Like he was asking for approval. He wanted everybody else to go after him. And I'm like, nah, ladies, don't do that for him. Now, let me go grab this video real quick because look, I'm over here suffering, y'all. Feel like I have to blow my nose. Listen, a few days ago, I got in my bag and I was sewing and shit, right? And and I started listening to some of my favorites. And when I start going down memory lane, what happens is I listen to a song that leads me to another song that leads me to another song. Then, depending on how I feel, depends on what type of music I'm listening to. Like Hubby can always, if he ever, use his brain and really thought about it, he could tell what mood I'm in based on what I'm listening to. It's always been that way for me. Some kind of way I ended up in the listening to the 80s. First I started with the 2000 music, right? All love songs and shit, right? Then I ended up in the 80s, the 70s. I ended up in the goddamn 60s and the 50s. Now I kind of stopped it there, but um I started to think like these type of songs aren't sung anymore. You can hear the woman talk about love and you know and talk about how she loves you and have your back like Bonnie and Clyde and I hope you hide your bodies and all that shit. I hear that from the fucking women, but you no longer hear a man talking about how sad he is because he in love, right? How he wish it would rain. Oh, I wish it would rain. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like these men was talking about love and shit like that. We don't hear that no more. And therefore, I think we have gotten away from love. And even when I hear people say, well, I don't want to love, I just don't want to go through struggle. And I'm thinking, bitch, like you are the struggle. What do you like when women say they don't want to go through struggle? I don't even know what you mean. So I'm like, you mean you don't want to struggle with? Like I'm like, what you mean by that? Oh, I want a wealthy man. Wait a minute. So if you can't find a wealthy man, you're gonna just struggle by yourself because you're not wealthy. And they never thought about it. They never thought about it. Or I'd rather be alone than to struggle. And I'm like, what bitch told you that? Because what you mean struggle? Like, because I keep asking, like, what you mean struggle? And the men be lying, talking about I got money. And I'm like, nigga, I can see you. You ain't got no money. And yesterday I told somebody, I could see you. I know you ain't got no money. Like they claiming, oh, I'm doing well. I got money. And I'm thinking, well, nigga, why you on here with me? And I'm gonna have to be honest. There is not that many wealthy, well-to-do people online with me all motherfucking night and most of the day. Okay? Like, we got to stop bullshit. Somebody say, well, I could tell based on the what they were wearing, a robe. I'm like, no, you must be thinking I'm a fool like some of these kids. A name brand on some shit. I'm the perfect bitch that'll remake that shit for you. You know, so I'm like, I can see what you got on, and that don't mean not a goddamn thing. Uh, yeah, I can make the Chanel and the Birkin bags and oh, and I can make that uh Versace robe. People, the nigga had the Versace robe on every time we saw him, which is a clear and concise proof that he ain't got it like that if he wearing the same shit day in and day out on camera. But faking it until you're making it, it works in the black community because I've seen that y'all will give y'all money to the motherfuckers who claim that they wealthy, but you won't give the money to the one who you know isn't wealthy. And it's almost like I don't even understand it. If I was wealthy, I wouldn't be asking you for money. I would feel bad. Hold up, y'all. I gotta blow my nose. Hold up. I can't. Oh, here you go. I'm about to say I gave Nikki my napkins. Hold up. Wait, let me mute myself, y'all. Not trying to be gross. Okay. It's like my nose is just stopped up, but nothing's coming out. Hold up. Anyway, let me get back. Let me share this video. Cause I did get mad, right? And when I get mad and like the insults, right? I was up there and I was like, yeah, you know, they asked me some crazy question. And then one of the fools said, I bet you went to Freaknik. And I said, yeah. Oh, and I bet you fucked a lot of people. And I said, no, I was married when I went to Freaknik. I was married. Um, so that was why I said I was married, right? Because I'm like, no, I wasn't out there having sex with nobody because I'm a married woman. Oh, you would have thought, like, to anybody with a reasonable brain would have been like, oh, if she admitted she was married and that's her reason for not sleeping with people, okay, so she married. But nah, they made it, oh, and I was like, uh, they were like, oh, you made your husband, you made him watch the because I then said, yeah, I said something like, and my husband was home watching the kids, right? I just had a son, which also saying I'm we building our family, right? And everything. Um, and I went out. You what you was doing? I said I was doing what people was doing, enjoying themselves. I bet you were fucking, and I'm like, I could tell I'm speaking to idiots now, or people just uninformed. And it's okay if you uninformed, right? But I then go to explain that Freaknik isn't all what they just think it is. Freaknik had a time and a place, and it wasn't just what they thought it was. Oh, it's called Freaknik for a reason. I said, yeah, I bet you don't know what the reason is. They was out like getting freaky. I said, no, listen, I said there was people who was wilding out and having a nice time without having sex. And then they had the ones who was having sex, right? You got to think about there's a group of men and women who wanted to be in a certain industry. They go out of town and they was making actual videos because the white kids was doing it. But that was later on in the Freakniks. We talking about the 90s, right? Freaknik started in the goddamn 80s, though. You know what I'm saying? Freaknik started in the goddamn 80s. So since when we getting on 2000s, that's when Freaknik ended. And I can tell them exactly when it started to end. But they asked me, it's called Freaknik for a reason. And I said, yeah, because of a song. I said there was a song that came from the 70s or the 80s. I'm not sure exactly. I don't know why I think it's a 70s song, but it may have been an 80s song, early 80s. I said it came from Freak, right? Lashik. They was like, wait a minute. You saying that Kitty Pablo was around in the goddamn 80s or 70s? I said, no, I didn't mention no Petey Pablo or no I don't even know I didn't mention Petey Pablo. I guess because of what I said no, there was a song. And the song with let's freak. Let's freak. Let's freak. Let's freak. Yeah, and that's how they came up with the name. That meant the party back then. It's somehow they even later on in the conversation started talking about how words change culturally and things like that over time, how we use them, right? So freak neat. They took the word freak from the freak, right? And then the neat part was the picnic. And why don't anybody know that it was a huge ass picnic? Why everybody only know the parts in which people spoke about? This was colleges, black universities in an area of Atlanta. They started this shit. And it was something good for black people to go. At first, it was the college students who stayed in that area. And then it changed a little bit where, you know what I'm saying? Culturally, it was like, oh, black people got something like just like Black Bike Week. I mentioned that to them. I'm like, so I'm going where my peoples are. I was still young. My husband watched the kids. Oh, you made your husband watch the kids. I said I didn't have to make my husband be a father to his children. I, my husband went out when he wanted to go out. We were young. He had friends too. My husband had friends. I had friends. I ended up starting to go out with my husband's friends who were females, right? Who were married. Because I'm not from Delaware. So when we moved to this certain area, we moved around some of the people he went to school with. And I became friends with them. And it kind of was like a savior, right? Because I'm not from Delaware. I found these people. We all around the same age. We all got children. We all have husbands, or at least I thought most of us was married, but you know, some people was living like they're married, which I had no problem with. And hell yeah, listen, we would go to the strip club once a month. They called it Mother's Day here in Delaware. And the men from Baltimore and DC think they had even a documentary. And I think in one of them documentaries, you might be able to even see me in the documentary, right? And I'm not talking about doing anything like they was recording. I remember them coming to Delaware and they had the cameras set up and things like that. Um, oh yeah, I'll never forget it. We used to go and see the male strippers, me and my girlfriends, and hubby would be at home, and the other men would be at home watching the kids. And the thing is, though, when my husband went out on his weekends, he went wherever he went. And you know what? I never questioned him about where he went. And nobody's gonna say, "Ooh, I bet when he was out, you was fucking." I bet you nobody gonna say that to him, including me. They asked me, have your husband ever cheated on you before? I said, not that I know of. And then people want to try to make you feel bad about that. Ooh, you don't know. Well, if I don't know, then I don't know. And I'm not trying to find out because I don't care. Right? Like to be looking and searching for shit. As far as I know, hubby never disrespected me to where I'm gonna go and just be looking. And the reason I trusted him because he trusted me. He trusted that when I went out, he had trust in me. And when he went out, I'm thinking he had trusted me, I trusted him. It is what it is. We respected each other, right? He went, he would go to the wing bowl with his friends. They may go early morning on a Friday. No, I don't think it was a Friday. I don't know when Wing Bowl was, but it's the Super Bowl thing that they used to do in Philly where they would go and have a good time the whole day. If hubby went out of the state to his friend's wedding, and I wasn't even there. Why wasn't I there? Because we had kids, and I stayed home watching them. And I had no problem with it. He drove all the way to Pittsburgh. And I say this to say that because what I was telling them is that I was young. Me and hubby got married young, right? We got married young, and it didn't mean that we supposed to act like we're dead. I think the marriage wouldn't have lasted. And that's why marriages don't last. These men, ladies, want to put you and make you into an old woman as soon as you say, I do. But he wants you to look the part. When I try to tell women, oh, they don't want to listen to me, baby. Don't listen to Bomb, right? When I mention, hey, you might want to keep the key screws up, right? And then the women had a question to ask me about, oh, you think your vagina is what keeps a man? So I asked her what she thinks keeps a man. And then of course she gonna go on to that dumbass shit about, oh well, and I'm like, everything these men talk about is sex. And today, these men fucking any and everything. Men, men dressed like women dressed like men, holes in the walls, sex dolls, animals. One dude admitted to being a masturbator every fucking day. And he said that was normal. That nigga was over there talking about he masturbate every day, y'all. The nigga was 38 years old. He said that's normal. We was like, no, that's not normal. All the men and women was over there telling him that was abnormal. His ass was like, oh no, that's normal. Nah, nigga. Nah, that's why you ain't got no girlfriend. And let me tell you something. That's why a lot of these men don't care about you, ladies, and they don't care what your vagina do. They only care what they say, what your throat be like. They don't care about the vagina. And then we got ladies listening to these men talking about, well, you think your vagina gotta be, yes. And they not gonna never tell you the value of something that's valuable to them. Because you will have the upper hand. But I couldn't believe a woman asked me that shit. That you got me fucked up. I don't know what your pussy like. And I don't give a damn. But I can assure you that I ain't never had no motherfucking complaints. And I don't have no problem knowing that I was able to capture my husband due to my motherfucking vagina, bitch. What you talking about, ho? I get where women, where I don't want to sexualize myself. Okay, you ain't got to sexualize yourself, but what you think these men do? On a panel yesterday where a man asked me, what can I provide to my husband that he can't get from another fucking woman? That's what they always talking about sex, but as soon as you hype up your sex, they don't like it, and that's why they don't like any of the female rappers or none of them. They don't like none of them. They call it disgusting. Why the niggas is all they talk about is they dick and putting their dick down women's throats and shit. But as soon as a woman say my coochie does this and that, these niggas call it disgusting. These niggas are disgusting. Oh, I'm supposed to stop saying the N word. I forgot. I forgot. I promise. I said I'm gonna try, but I failed. Hello. What? Tell him just ham. Okay, bye. Tell him I got a sinus. I think. Tell him I need something for my maybe sinus. I'm assuming. Ask him, do you got something for sinus? I don't know. Never mind. Bye. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if this sinus, but it's my nose, so I'm assuming it's sinus. But I'm okay. I'm gonna put this link in. Let me go look at. Listen, I don't have a problem with men who like women and they like have sex with women, right? That shouldn't be never be a problem. Uh, it's the problem when they reduce you just to that. And that's what these men have started to do. They tell us we ain't worth anything except sex, right? Then they tell us they reduce us to sex, but then tell us that we should be okay with them having sex with other women. So wait, you don't reduce me to sex. And then you tell me that I'm not even enough because since you reduced us all to sex, then I'm not even enough sexually because you need other women. Like it's ridiculous. And it's the decline, it will be the decline of our nation and society, which I guess I don't hold anybody responsible for whether the nation or society survives or not. I don't think that should be placed on nobody head. But what I will tell you, if you happen to be a young lady or a woman who enjoys the company of a man, right? And you enjoy sex and you enjoy, yeah, you enjoy male or masculinity energy around you, right? Then yes, you shouldn't have any problem, right? Being okay with men. We got some women who they seem to despise men. Okay, it's the weirdest thing because I don't know what to say to a woman who wanted it be to be all about her and just her and her alone. I don't know what to say to you, honey. Like yesterday, the guy asked me some shit about like um let me go grab the link. It'd be better that way. Uh, it was a good conversation, and I did end up jumping on somebody. The idea that they automatically want to make it seem like I'm a whore for some reason, which I never said anything like that. It's crazy because as soon as I just say, "Hey, women are people too," then they start attacking oh, I bet you went here and I bet you did that. And look, it would have been easy. It would be easy for me to get on these panels and lie. It's so easy to go and be like, Oh no, I'm not that type of woman to go to freak meet. Even if I had never been to freak meet, I would tell them I went to freak meet. Right? Because I would like to know what their point was. And it's the craziest thing. And then while they're asking me these questions, well, let me go grab it, y'all. I'm sorry. It'll be easier that way. I think his name was Trey. True. It was a good. I had fun over there. I'm not even gonna lie. Okay, so if they listening right now, um, I want them to know that no, I had a good time. Okay, when they started trying to make it seem like they were victims, though, I don't even know what to say. I offered the little nigga my titty. Told him I'll breastfeed him, but it's gonna be dried milk. You know what I mean? Um, they wanna take shots. When I take shots back, they wanna cry, boo hoo. And then when I decided to yeah, it was Black Man and Filthy, y'all. That's where I was yesterday. He had a good conversation over there. Um, what I have to go in my history to find where I was yesterday. Give me a second. Doo-doo, doo-doo. This was yesterday still. I wasn't really. Oh, I think I did go to sleep with the TV on, so it might be a lot of shit here. I gotta find last night. Last night, okay. Saturday, was yesterday Saturday? Uh, today was Monday, right? Okay, so this is if that's Saturday, and this is Sunday. Um, mhm. Was I on? Yeah, I was on my computer. What day is this? That was yesterday. Uh, here we go. I found it. I'll share it. So if y'all want to, yeah, it is called Trey Truth Teller. Um, nice young man. I never seen him anywhere before. Maybe I have. I don't know. Like I don't remember. It was nice. I'm gonna be honest. He was a nice guy. Um, I didn't. He's hosting his channel, so it's Trey the Truth Teller. That's probably where I may spend nights. Okay, because I have been looking for somebody, to spend different nights too. Because I'm looking for new people to beat up on. Okay, I ain't gonna tell no lies. Okay, look like see the title is Pick Me, Good or Bad.
Hey, what's up, little man? What's up, little mama? Like, it.
Okay, cool. So they was by the time I got there, it looked like I was there pretty early. I didn't know. I think I found them actually through Poppy because I'm subscribed to him. Okay. Okay. Here we go. Fair use, by the way.
Samsung? No,
Healing.
maybe a little bit, but I would say
You're
this:
going to jail.
what happened? What happens is, hear me out, mom. Hear me out, mom. Hear me out. Most of us are the same person throughout our entire lives.
No, we ain't.
Good. No,
I
hold on,
disagree.
hold on, hold on, no, hold on. Let me.
Okay. I'm glad she said it. I said it. Uh, this dude said most of us are our same self our entire life. And that's why I assumed that he was in his 20s when he say shit like that. See, when I'm basing on what people say, I'm when I guess their age is based on what they say, right? So somebody who's in their 20s, their teens and 20s, they may think, yeah, I haven't changed since, and I'm gonna be that all my life. But somebody who is really changing their life, they're doing better, they have already gone through at least a minimum of one change. But by the time you in your 30s, especially when you hit 30, you experience a couple of changes. Right? That's for those who are growing, experiencing life. You know what I mean? If you haven't changed, That's probably because you're not really doing too much. I know women who I talk to, and I'll be in awe with some of you ladies, right? Some of you ladies who I talk to, and you tell me how you was in other countries, you was making moves, and I'm thinking, wow, I I think, damn, that sounds so exciting. That's some shit I would have loved to do. It's not what I did, I did something different. But I can have enjoy what I've done because of the outcome, but also be like, damn, I would have liked to have been, in them countries, driving them back roads and, getting out and sleeping under the stars and, you know what I'm saying? And learning about this, that, and the third. Oh my God, that sounds exciting to me, right? It sounds exciting to me. And just because that sounds exciting doesn't mean that I have to feel bad about what I did do. No, I just like know that I took a different route. And I still will look, it would have been easier to do those things when I was younger than for me to do them older. I mean, I'm not into particularly wanting to go sleep under the stars on the hard ass ground at my age today. You know what I'm saying? But I might want to go and travel and see the spot in which I would have slept on when I was in my 20s. You know what I mean? Go and walk around that spot in the daylight and then carry my ass to a hotel room that night. See, everything changes about you when you get older. And getting old don't have to be a negative thing unless you regret what you did or didn't do when you was younger. You know what I mean? And most of the women I find, especially here on YouTube with my age, man, we not giving a shit about nothing. We like we lived our life. We not regretting how we lived our life. And the reason we so happy and proud and not giving a fuck is because yes, we lived our life the way we want to live our life. Could I have lived better if I was wealthy? Yes. I would have just been visiting more places and shit like that. But maybe, and that depends, right? Depends on who got to make the money, where the money come from, all kinds of things. Money isn't the solution to everything, right? You could save up some money and go on a trip. Okay, so for those who may have never gone on a trip ever, and you thinking, "Wow, I wish I would have," you still got time. A lot of places I would have went, I would want to go with my husband, and it's sad because I chose the man who I thought was the type like myself, where we would go to the club together, we would go to Paris together, France together. You know what I mean? We would go to these places and visit together. That was always my thoughts growing up, that I'm gonna do things with my husband. And then when I ended up with a husband who don't want to do shit like that, I don't even know what not. I gotta find girlfriends. Oh, and then when I just talk about the girlfriends I had, other little niggas want to come and judge. Oh, you was with your girls. On this panel, I listened to a woman talk about her ex told her that she should get away from one of her friends, and she should have listened. And I'm thinking, the fuck is wrong with you? Life experiences. Why would you let somebody else take away an experience from you? Okay? My husband didn't always like all my friends, but me and my friends weren't the same. Shit, and it's crazy. My husband never tried to control my fucking friends. I don't know these type of. I don't know these type of people. I don't. I don't. I don't need. I didn't even know they exist. I'm not saying my husband wasn't trying to. Like he tried to. Like he didn't like me going to the club at one point. Like, because he told me he didn't want to go. So instead of me making him go, I was like, well, okay, I'm gonna go and I'll be back by 2 or 3 or whatever, right? Depends on where it was and when it closed and shit like that. That is true. I shut the clubs down. But then again, I didn't walk into a club until midnight. So of course I can't be home by midnight when I'm damn near leaving my house at midnight. So, for me to leave my house at midnight, I done took care of everything needed to be taken care of at the house. I done made sure everybody ate dinner. I done made sure the kitchen and everything was cleaned up. I done made sure the kids done took their baths, right? I done made sure all of that and made sure hubby was good too. And hubby he started to enjoy when I went out because I always made sure he was good. You understand? He know I want to go out. He know I'm going to do something special so I can go. He going to either get that specialty before I leave or as soon as I get back. When I used to go see the male strippers, hubby, man, it's almost like he was, oh, you going to see the strippers? Okay. Because I made sure that when I got back home, he was not, he was happy that I went, but when I came back, I never made him feel like he was less than anything. I went out with my girlfriends and then I got back home to my husband. But these men, though, ladies, they want you to stay at home. They want you to stay at home and do shit, nothing, except what they say. And I say, if I would have married a man like that, yeah, I would have been divorced because I'm just like anybody else. I'm human. And I could get married and fucking divorced. I just chose a really good man for me. Other women may not have thought my husband was a good man. Like, I'm not his first girlfriend. I'm not his first woman. I'm not that. So he's not my first boyfriend, right? But he's my first husband and my only husband. And I say that to say that, yeah, he's good for me. I don't know what other women thought about it. I know a bitch couldn't come and tell me she trying to take it from me. I would have fought for it. Motherfucker, right. Bitch, you got to get the fuck out of here. I'm gonna stomp your ass. And if he trying to go with you, I'm gonna stomp his ass out too. Okay. Shit. Anyway.
Let me finish. I'm talking about personality wise. Most of us are the same people. If you're a mean nigga when you're young, you're gonna be a mean nigga when you're old. If you're a good person when you're young, you're a good person when you're old. The point is, you're the same personality for structure, but you learn along the way. You learn better business skills, better living skills, how to pay your bills different, how to take care of kids differently. But you're the same.
How you gonna be the same person if you're learning shit? And you learn shit, you adapt, you move different. he said if you was mean when you was young, you're gonna be a mean nigga now. That's not true. You could have been mean when you was young, and now you're not mean anymore. Or you could have been nice when you was young, and now you're a little meaner, right? All kind of shit. Like, so this is the masturbator though. So um that gonna be later. We're gonna get into that. God damn.
Person overall. Most of us do make changes, Mark, but the changes are literally minuscule and small most of the time.
You know what makes me a man now versus when I was 22? Like, literally, I have solutions now.
This nigga said, you know what made me a man now than when I was 22? Literally, I have solutions now. See how broad that is? I have solutions now. You have solutions to what, sir? Are you saying you have solutions to everything, sir? And then I start thinking, where the fuck they live at? And they're not doing what they claim they're doing, because if you probably don't do much. So you can come across an issue where you might have to try to figure it out. He said, I got solutions now. And to him, that sounds great. And to any of those of us who live in this world, though, you know how quick it is for some shit to come up where you got to figure it out. And you may come up with a solution. And you may not. You may have to just try to figure out and let life be life and get through it. But the way he said it and the way they speak, it's almost like they're children. It's like my grandson Likili, who he knows that 1+1 = 2, and it's that simple, right? And he can't think of anything in depth. It got to be surface level. That's what happened with children. They surface level. They can't, they can't imagine more than what they can see or what was told. And that's how I know these ages of these people, but I'd be wrong a lot because I'd be thinking these niggas in their 20s. There's only one new nigga up here who look like he about, 40 something years old, right? Yeah. And cause that nigga got gray. But but even his talking points were very childish.
Like, there's no problem that my woman can't be dealing with that I'm like, I got it. I'll take care of it. My kids, they can come ask me anything. They have somebody who will solve every single problem that we have.
That nigga said that nothing my wife or children can come to me with that I can't solve. I'm the solver, baby. I got all the answers. And some of these men who might be listening, you might think, oh, that's great. It's not reality, though. Maybe you could find somebody to solve it if you don't know how to solve it. Most of these motherfuckers is failing even with helping their kids with education. They come and pull up some trigonometry up on your ass. You solving it. Some people can't. I happen to be not one of those motherfucking people. And I'm okay with saying I can't solve everything. I'm even okay to say that shit. I don't want to solve every goddamn thing. But the arrogance of little niggas is amazing, baby. It's amazing to me. It's quite funny.
When I was 25, when I was 24, I was still looking up to other men for guidance and stuff like that. But now, even though I still acquire knowledge, everything is like, it's a snowstorm right now, right? In Philly, and everybody counting on me. So I had to go and get firewood. I had to.
This nigga said everybody counting on me. So I had to go get some firewood. He had to go get some firewood. That nigga didn't say he cut down that firewood, though. This nigga said everybody depended on him to get some fire fucking wood.
Go and get all this type of stuff to make sure that everything is going to.
That nigga said every type of stuff, but the nigga mentioned firewood.
Be good, right? Because people look up to. If I was 22, I might have. What the fuck to do? Like, what am I about to do? I probably wouldn't have had no money. I probably wouldn't have been prepared. All that type of stuff, right? So, I don't know. I'm older now.
So at 22, you can't be prepared for the snowstorm. I'm like, the things they say is so ridiculous. Why is it that we women at 22, we know how to be prepared? We know how to go. We gonna go to the grocery store. We're gonna make sure we got food, water, and everything we need. As long as we got the money, the finances to get it, we're gonna get it. And even if we ain't got the money to get it, we'll figure out how to get it. And I'm saying there's men like that too, even at 22. That has to do with something about how you was raised, or even if you wasn't raised with both your parents. Because I don't know why people keep relying on that. Like, I was born with both my parents. And I'm thinking, okay, and it's almost like a flex. I stopped even saying some shit like that. Unless they see me, oh, you probably was raised with a single mother. No. In fact, that little me wanting to do this, that, and the third, me being okay with going by myself, well, I don't need, that comes from my daddy. That's my daddy. Um, it's some ridiculous shit. They blame everything on the black woman, baby. It's the black woman fault. It's my mother who was a stay-at-home mother, right? Up until I damn near went to I was in the military when my mom got a job. Okay. Now she had a job when I was younger for a short period of time. Um, but my dad kind of stipend my mother, right? With this staying home shit, y'all. And I can tell you that my mom, uh, she didn't like that shit. She regret that she let him do that to her. So when I try to give y'all information, I'm saying you choose. You choose, ladies, whether you want to be a stay-at-home mother or not. Okay, you know what you got to do to be able to do that, right? If you're gonna be a stay-at-home mother, then you either got to find a man who's gonna, help you make that happen, or there's other ways. I got a lot of stay-at-home mothers who's on the system and things like that. Ain't no shame in it. But what I am saying also, do not let one of these men talk you into stifling what you think you should be and do in life, because you will regret that shit. And the worst thing you want, if I pass away today, I want y'all to know I'm happy. I live life. There's many more stories I have that I've not shared. And when I think of these stories, I remember. And I enjoy my memory. And so yeah, but I don't want to pass away regretting anything. You know what I mean? Like I don't, like as if I just some man just kept me, you know what I'm saying? Just so he can claim to be this man, but while we struggling. We were struggling. My mother had the one, she was the one with the education. She could have went out and had jobs making good money, what she ended up doing, being a teacher. But my mother was at home. And yes, when I got to come home and my mother was there, um, yeah, she might be one of the reasons I went into the military. Because I'm watching my mother. I could tell like she's depressed. I didn't know the word depressed back then, but I'm saying I'm looking. I'm not seeing any upward mobility. You know what I'm saying? I'm not even seeing no happiness. And my dad did that. I love my dad to death. But like I said, I couldn't be with a man who did that to me, because that's not what I wanted. And my mom assured me by talking to me that, yeah, you go nothing wrong with you working for what you want. My dad would allow me to stay at home and live off of him for all of eternity, as long as he was living, struggling and all. Okay. Um, he thought that was love, and I'm not saying it wasn't. My dad definitely loved us. You know what I'm saying? My dad definitely loved us. But this bullshit that these men think, that old fashioned thinking points and bullshit, that shit, ladies, you listen. That's all I'm gonna say. You gotta think about yourself. And you guys too, the ones who claim you want to get married and you want to stay married, like you want a successful relationship, and yet you're not gonna have one because you letting other people determine what your relationship should be like. And I'm always pushing back on what y'all consider the normal relationship, because there is no normal relationship. You end up with people getting married and ending up with what they think is normal. They end up divorced. You got people who are in these abnormal, which people be like, oh, that's disgusting. Oh, they shouldn't do that. Oh my God, how could they? And they remain married. And I'm saying you should, as you grow, you learn. Learn about yourself. What is it that you like? So you can have somebody who also appreciates you, like who you are. love who you are, appreciate who you are, and then y'all can carve a life together. And nobody needs to be able to tell you what the fuck your life should be like. And that's what the men don't like. The men don't like that I don't come on here and tell you, ladies, oh, you need to sit with your hands a certain way. Yeah, don't fold your legs at the ankles only. Oh, yes, you should wear a certain thing. Oh, and you need to be a certain dress size, which there is no one dress size that all these men like. Not even that. It is something because we be having some struggling looking motherfucking women who go to the gym, and for some reason they still can't get a man. Yeah, you could go to the gym all you want, honey, but it's something about you these men don't like. But you'll go and tell another woman that she too big and she gonna get, and then they'll say, well, it's different because all the men are fucked. And I'm like, well, why you not getting fucked? All them, they'll fuck anybody. When I started hearing this thing about big women, it was comedians, but it was making jokes that they'll sneak in, at night when their friends not around. But all in the communities, I saw big women, not only with men, but then there was cheating. Big, big women, beautiful big women, you know what I'm saying? Voluptuous motherfucking women. Not only had a man, but there was many men who was willing to take care of them. But today, for some reason, like we got them women who always think, oh no, I'm much better than you. I'm a girl, nah, like I don't know. When I try to tell people it's about who they are in the inside and how they treat people, they think that's too simple. It really is that simple. How you treat people, how you make a person feel. I make my husband feel like the man that he is. And I never make him feel anything less than that. But what do Bomb know? Because Bomb don't know nothing. Okay, here we go.
Everybody look to me. They count on me, and they good. They can trust that I got them. So,
are you in Nicetown or North Philly? I mean,
no, I don't live in Philly no more. I got money now.
This nigga said, I don't live in Philly no more. I got money now. That nigga, because he was trying to figure out where he at. He's like, you in nighttime? He like, I don't live in Philly no more. I got money now. You know damn well that's a lie. Which we're going to know because later on when I pressed him and told him when he told me he want to talk to my husband like he want to question him, I said, shit. I'm like, you right around the corner. Okay? I said, don't make me come there and get your hit in your head. I said, as a matter of fact, I'll get your own people to hit you in the head. Oh, she gonna get me harmed. She gonna get, look at her. She willing to get somebody killed. Yes, nigga.
I'm on the outskirts.
Well, I live in New York. It's a snowstorm out here. I went outside there to get some drink and some food, and I came back in the crib. So I'm saying, at 22, being raised, I was raised, no funny business, bro. I lived in a life where we had to eat pork and beans, government cheese. This is when food stamps was colorful money. I'm that old. So everything else happening now is nothing to me. I can handle everything. So when I was 22, I could do things that you just said you did when I was 22. Because I was
like that. He said that. He said when I was 22, even though it would have been with food stamps, oh, you got me one. But no, that ain't for me. Oh. Thank you, babe. They had a half an hour?
No,
Well, what?
I'll get that.
Anyway, this dude say, I don't know what you're talking about. When I was 22, I was able to hold things down, even with my food stamps. Shit, I know that's right. They crazy as hell.
I was raised to do that. I was built different.
That's right. He said essentially what I said. It's about how you raised. Old dude, when he was 22, he couldn't do shit. Now that nigga 30 something, and now he say, I got the answer today. And this dude saying, well, shit, when I was 22, I had answers. Now his answers gonna change too. Because all of them lie, right? You just gotta listen to him and the truth comes out in little bits and pieces. You gotta piece these niggas' stories like a goddamn puzzle, right? They're gonna be a little bit of truth with a whole lot of lie. And the thing is, I got a fucking memory. Motherfuckers be up here telling me, oh, I didn't say that. You didn't say that. Oh, that didn't happen. Oh, thank you, babe. And I'd be like, nah, that actually happened. Like I just saw it. Like that, no, that really happened. And people like, nah, she's not telling the truth. And I'm like, oh my God. I keep hearing that shit. And I'm like, we're on the internet where people could go and look up information. Right? You don't know your rights. That's a whole nother discussion I'm on right now. But let's move on. Let's push through this shit.
I was going to school
Yeah,
and they
but you
had
said you're
25 feet of snow.
You said you're healthy, so you can handle everything. So that's capping.
Yeah.
That's capping.
No. When I said healing, I meant relationship wise.
That nigga said I was going to school in 25 feet of snow. And I had to walk the whole way with no shoes. And I made it happen. Just to get back at that nigga at the top. Oh, Lord.
Life wise, I'm good.
Oh,
I
yeah.
figure things out
Whoa.
on the fly.
You say you can handle everything. Obviously, you lying because yesterday you was, and the other day you said you are healing. Women terminology. So no, you cannot handle everything.
So healing apparently is women terminology, y'all. So like if you had a surgery and you are healing from that, apparently that's only a woman's thing. Or if you was in a terrible relationship and you was able to part in your healing, then that's woman terminology. Because men don't heal from anything. And so, like, this is my first time over here meeting some of these, so I'm listening, right? I'm taking all the information in, and I ain't gotta, I gotta trap mine, baby. I'll be listening and I'll be remembering. So when I throw it back at them later, they'll act like they ain't say this shit. But okay, here we go.
That's not so. Hold on. So you saying that the word healing is synonymous to women? Is that what you're saying right now?
Yes.
Because it's not.
Yes.
It's not.
Yes.
It's not. It's not. And
So
so
let's
for
not
men,
hang up on that.
so,
Let's keep going.
so
Let's keep going. Don't hang up. Don't get hang up on that. Let's keep going. It's not a.
Now he said, yeah, it is synonymous with women. And then he said, oh, let's not get hung up on it. And that's what I hate when they do too, right? They say something, you ask them, they give a crazy answer. And when you go to prove them wrong, don't get hung up on the word. Don't get hung up on what I said. Don't get hung up on that. I'm just saying any fucking thing. It would be better if they just said, I'm saying anything. Let's move past that. But now they'll act like if you get hung up on it, it's your fault. You the person who did something wrong, not them by saying the stupid shit they said, but you the one who did something wrong.
All right, so
Jesus.
we're gonna go back to the conversation. So, should women call out pick-me behavior or mind their business?
Mind they mother in business.
I think that we should call out pick-me's, but not it don't have to be negative all the time.
Bon
I think
Cherry, can you at least say like a good night? I mean, good evening, something like that.
This nigga this nigga Pappy, right? He wants to stop me and say, can you at least say good night or good evening or something? He don't even know what he want me to say. Right? Now, mind you, a question was asked. There was silence. So I didn't jump in on nobody. I didn't squash nobody. I didn't interrupt anyone. And then I took a breath and I said, well, nobody answering. And then I started to give my answer. And this is what I'm talking about. Right? The rudeness of these people. And then when I come back at them, then they blame me though. So we're gonna listen to how that shit went again. Because that's what they do. They like to play games. Okay? And I like to play with their asses too. They just don't like when I play with them. And then the rest of these niggas will be like, oh, look at her. She's so mean. She this, she that. Nah, what do you mean? If you do it to me, then now I'm thinking, okay, that's the rules. You set forth the rule, and now I'm with it. And I'm okay with all your motherfucking rules. You're just not going to like that I'm okay with all the fucking rules. Cause I'm a play the game. Bitch, you want to play chess? Then we could play chess. You want to play checkers? We could play checkers. Most of these niggas is playing Monopoly with fake ass money while they claiming that the money is real. And I'll play that shit too. And I'll be the shoe on the board so I can kick them in their fucking ass. Okay.
Pick me's, but not in a. It don't have.
Mind they mother in business.
Watch. Let me
Back to the
rewind.
conversation. So should women call out pick-me behavior or mind their business?
Mind they mother in business.
That's what he said. And now I paused it. So let's see how long it take. And then I answer. 1, 2.
I think that we should call out pick me's, but not in a. It don't have to be negative all the time.
Bon
I think
Cherry,
some-
can you at least say like a good night? I mean, good evening, something like that. Can you say that? Am I invisible?
Say that again.
Can you say good evening? Like, can you greet the panel?
I actually did greet the parent
Yes,
when
she
they
did.
greeted me in the
Yes,
back.
yes.
Yes, she did.
Yeah.
Now look. So everybody's saying yes, she did. That's right. When I first got up there, the young lady Rose said something to me, and I said hi to her, and everybody on the panel except for Poppy said something to me in the back. We even exchanged, which I don't really do, but they asked me for the IG, so I figured everybody young, so I was like, I really don't share the IG, but here's the IG. Because I'm figuring people are building up their IG. You know what I'm saying? So when young people building their IG, I have no problem follow back. You follow me, I'll follow you back. I don't have no problem with that. But I don't really do too much on no goddamn IG. Okay. So that's what all that happened. And this nigga who's on the same panel, that same access to the back chat and everything, he tried to do this. Okay. But it's okay. We're gonna move on.
But you know
All right, go
who I
ahead, my
am.
dear.
Pappy.
I want to hear your voice, my love.
Everybody in the
That's all.
chat. How's everybody doing? Y'all doing good? He asked the question. I thought, but okay. So, it don't have to be necessarily a mean thing or a negative thing, right? There's some young women who just don't know who she is yet, and she's listening to men give her horrible advice because the same men who will call women cheaters are the one who admit that they are cheaters themselves, cheating with women, right? And the older men who are telling a younger woman, oh, you're supposed to be with an old man. Like, why would a young woman, and I'm speaking from a woman's perspective, why would a young woman want to be with an old man?
So
Why would
let me
you
ask
want to
you,
do that?
Why not? Why
what
not?
my
Well, because she would want to date in her dating pool with a man who's vibrant and young and fun as she would like to be. Okay, and I know y'all don't want women to have fun. Ooh, ladies, don't have no fun because you outside. You need to be inside. Right? So and these old men will tell you you're supposed to be with an old man. No, ladies, listen. Nothing wrong with getting with a young, fun guy, and you build together. Okay.
You're gonna learn
These
a lot
old
of
men.
lessons.
Check this shit out. Did y'all hear my message? It wasn't negative. The only person gonna take offense to what I said, we're gonna be them old ass niggas, right? Who want the young women. But the young women and the young men, they should be like agreeing with me. But see, you gotta understand that a lot of these men in this space, they dumb. They allow old men to come and dip in their dating pool, convince them to get the fuck out the dating pool, and tell them, don't worry, when you get older, you'll be able to jump in a younger dating pool too. Right? That's what they tell them. And the way they keep that going is by convincing younger women that you should be with older men. But I would like for the younger women, if y'all could tell me what y'all think the positive of being with an old ass nigga is. Okay? Old ass nigga who gotta take a pill to keep it up. Old ass nigga who wanna keep you indoors. He is no better than a younger man. He ain't no better. He'll still cheat and everything if he's a cheater. He's still gonna disrespect you if he's the disrespectful type. It ain't gonna be no better. And I'm not saying that. I'm not even talking about all old men, right? We're gonna be clear on that. And I am actually talking about age appropriate. Like, what's wrong with being in your dating pool? I do understand where some of these old men, they really want to be in them younger dating pools. And so they'll take offense. And I don't know what to tell them. I don't give a fuck. But I refuse to be one of the women who convinces other women that they need to be with some old ass man. Now listen, they got all exceptions to all kinds. You still got some very smooth gentlemen out here. If you get yourself with a gentleman who's gonna take care of you, he look at you like the person that you are, and you like him. He's treating you well. You treating him well. Nothing's wrong with that. But I'm talking about this pushed agenda of younger women being with old men. It is pushed. It's been pushed as long as I can remember. But the women have always told me, why would you want to be with that old man? Then these men gonna tell me my daddy or they want their daughters to be with old men. I'm thinking, what the? Anyway, here we go.
But what woman nowadays is getting with a dude that's 2021 while she 2021 and staying with him and staying with that man until she's 61?
Lots of us like myself.
Now, y'all heard him? He said, what woman, right, who get with a man her age basically, and they staying with each other till they 61. So I say lots of them like myself. Watch what he say.
I got with my husband when I was 19. He was 21.
He said today, man.
And then the nigga just said today. So today, I am talking about today, right? I'm still with my husband today, right? But if he's talking about today, younger woman, then she's too young to have been with anybody for 61 years. They dumb. When they said she's talking about today, man, what the fuck is you talking about? Can a woman today in that age range be with a man 61 years? She's not even 61 years old. She's only 21, as he put it. So let's rewind that again so y'all can hear exactly what he said. Please.
No, right. So, and these old men will tell you, you're supposed to be with an old man. No, ladies, listen. Nothing wrong with getting with a young, fun guy and you build together. Okay?
You're gonna learn
These
a lot
old
of
men,
lessons.
But what woman nowadays is getting with a dude that's 2021 while she 2021 and staying with him and staying with that man until she's 61?
lots of
Staying with him till she's 61. That's what he said. 2021, get with a man, 2021, and she's staying with him for 61 years. He asked me what woman does that?
us like myself. I got with my husband when I was 19. He was 21.
He said today, man.
I'm talking about in
Okay,
today's day and
today
age.
too, yes.
But do most
Of
women,
course, they
do
can't be
most-
with him 61 years today if they just got
Bomb
with him.
Cherry, has your Bomb Cherry,
These niggas dumb.
has your husband ever cheated on you?
And here we go. Right? Now, mind you, there's no talking about cheating. They wasn't talking about cheating before I got up there. The reason I mentioned the age, because they did mention that before I got up there. You know, somebody had mentioned that, you know, women need to be with older men and shit like that. You know, that's why I brought that up when I started to talk. And because I've said that nothing wrong with younger people being with younger people, having fun and enjoying each other, loving one another. Now, like, I didn't say anything negative about anyone. And most of these men up here, they're not even that old, but I guess they must be old. The men looking for them young ass girls if they took offense to what I said. Because I promise you, when I got up here, everybody looked young to me. And I'm telling them, yes, you should get with women your age. Right? So I didn't never think I was shooting any shots at nobody on this goddamn panel. But apparently I did. Apparently I touched a few of them. And now the nigga want to know. Let's see what he about to ask me. Here we go.
But do most
Of
women,
course, they
do
can't be
most-
with him 61 years today if they just got
Bomb
with him.
Cherry, has your husband ever cheated on you?
I don't know if my husband ever cheated on me.
So not to your knowledge.
Yes, not to my knowledge.
Most guys,
Now remember, later on, the host of this channel is going to tell me that this guy who's talking right now never took any shots at me, never disrespected me, or any of that. Okay? That's what he's going to tell me. Now remember, I'm not offended yet. Okay? But he's the dude from Philly is the one talking, asking me about my husband cheating on me. And I said, not that I know of. And the nigga goes to say, oh, not to your knowledge. Yeah, nigga, the same thing you said is what I said. It's the game they play, but here we go.
Bomb Cherry, has your husband ever cheated on you?
I don't know if my husband ever cheated on me.
So not to your knowledge.
Yes, not to my knowledge.
Most guys, the men that women want, when they're young and they that age, they're gonna take you through it. They're gonna take you through a lot.
Yes, my
It's not
husband
even-
took me
it's
through a
not
lot.
Look, he said most men, when they that young, they gonna take you through it. And so I took it as take you through it, like take you through life, right? You get with someone, whether you marry them or just live with them, it's two different people coming together. You gonna have disagreements. Shit, basically, you might have a disagreement about what you're gonna eat for dinner. Who gonna cook for dinner? You know what I mean? What flavor Kool-Aid you want? He might want grape, and I might want red, raspberry. You know what I'm saying? Like, and this dude was talking about most men gonna take you through it. Take me through what?
Just that,
And
though.
I took him through a lot. He took me through a
It's-
lot. Why?
It's not
We were
even.
So
young.
you know he cheated.
No, when you
No,
say a lot,
no,
you automatically gonna
See,
cheat.
yo, slow down, right? So it's not even just that, right? It's again the nature of women. If you with a younger dude, that means y'all both going through the struggle together, right? How many of y'all want to struggle now?
Well, we
Look at that, y'all hear it? Now, old dude, when I said I don't know if my husband cheated, and then he said, to your knowledge, I said, yeah. Then he said, young men gonna take you through it. I said, yeah, my husband took me through things and I took him through things. Now, why don't they not hear that? I'm saying my husband took me through things, I took him through things. Then this nigga said, oh, so you do know he cheated. So I'm like, what? And that's what he gonna be talking about this whole motherfucking time. All sexual, y'all.
Younger dude, that means y'all slow down.
Why?
Just that,
And I
though.
took
Most guys, the men that women want, when they're young and they that age, they're gonna take you through it. They're gonna take you through a lot.
yes,
It's
my
not
husband took
even-
me
it's
through a
not even
lot.
just that,
And
though.
I took him through a lot. He took me through a
It's-
lot. Why?
it's not
We were
even-
So
young.
you know he cheated.
No, when you say a lot,
No,
you automatically gonna
See,
cheat.
yo, slow down, right? So it's not even just that, right? It's again the nature of women. If you with a younger dude, that means y'all both going through the struggle together, right? How many of y'all want to struggle now?
well we do
What kind of
know.
struggle you mean? I guess
Well,
The struggles
because
of
I
life.
agree with you. A lot of these women
Struggles of
are
life.
they loop in their head because for
The
some
struggles
reason
of
they,
life, right? Your first apartment wasn't a house, right? Your first apartment was probably a 1-bedroom or a studio somewhere, right?
no. We both were in the military, so we was in
Oh,
military housing.
yeah.
But yeah,
Ooh,
but
y'all
you right.
took
Or
each
if
other
we,
through a lot. Military?
You see what's happening now? So, oh, dude, just because even if we are in a 1-bedroom apartment or studio, and just a couple who just got together, no children, that still don't mean you struggling. I don't know what the fuck going on in the black community with these niggas, but this shit is ridiculous. You got a 1-bedroom, that's what you need. You don't need 3 and 4, 5 bedrooms if it's just you and her. So, but if that's called a struggle, then that's a struggle I had no problem dealing with. But then he asked me my position, so I was like, no, we in the military. So we had military housing, which was a 3-bedroom, by the way. 3-bedroom, 1.5. It was just me and my husband, no children. And so we were living large. Okay. And this dude said, military? Who? And here go the stupidity.
I heard a lot about military women.
Yeah, they cheat a whole lot.
Man, they are the worst.
Hyper promiscuous.
Y'all hear this? They are the worst. Hyper promiscuous. I heard this shit and I'm thinking, what the fuck is going on? Watch how this shit go. And listen, if they happen to be in the chat listening to this right now, you're stupid. You're stupid. This whole conversation was stupid. And you should feel embarrassed. Watch, and they gonna ask me stupid ass questions. Oh, the women in the military are hypersexual. So disgusting. If you go and talk to the military men, though, the ones who gonna be honest, pussy's not be thrown at them everywhere they look. They have the same issues men who not in the military have around the women that these men say are hypersexual. And she's just out there just doubting it, dishing it out to anybody. Come and get the pussy, free pussy, come and get the pussy. They just make up shit and then they willing to just lie about it, put it out in the universe. And I guess they want it to be true just because they said it. So how is the military men not all happy and shit as they would be if what these men are saying is true? A lot of military people end up marrying someone who they grew up with, because you're young when you go in the military for the most part. Majority of the people entering into the military are young. And so they end up marrying someone they already knew back home. That's if they had somebody back at home. And if not, then they'll meet somebody. And if I told you that a lot of men are not marrying women who's also in, but they might be marrying military brats. That's what they call them. I'm not saying it in a negative way. That a military brat is a young lady or man who grew up in the military because of their mother and or father who are in the military. And that means they have access to everything that active duty military has, right? They live on post. They got housing right there on post. They may even go to school on post. They have access to the PX, or depending on what branch you're in, whatever they call it, right? The commissary. They have access to the movie theaters and everything else on the post, the bowling alley and everything. And they also have access to what? The club when they become of age. That's right. So you may end up with a military man who meets a young military brat. And they get married. But based on what these men are saying, the women are hypersexual when she's in the military. She's just dishing out pussy. Man, oh man. It's crazy.
Y'all hear this? This is ridiculous what these men are saying.
Are you willing to be honest with us about whether you witnessed anything in the military or you participated?
Yes, I'm totally honest about everything.
So in the military, a lot of the women wasn't doing a lot, like they wasn't promiscuous. You thinking?
There's a lot of people, the young people, the men and the women. Yes, when you're young.
So what we were saying about women being promiscuous in the military, is that a lie? What do you think?
Not any more than anyone else. And when but that doesn't
let's
equal
talk about the women right now. We talk, you know.
Of course, you want to talk about the women right now, but what I'm saying, they're using the word promiscuous, and I don't know, like, young people having sex. That's what young people do, women and men. But ladies, you got to understand, you're a woman, and you shouldn't be doing that. Oh, even though the men, they should be doing it, but you shouldn't be doing it. Now let's add that shit up, right? So the men should be having sex. The women shouldn't be having sex. And therefore, I guess that means the men are having sex with whom? Oh, the men. The men are having sex with the men. But when I say that shit, they'll make it seem like I'm calling men gay. And what I'm saying is, no, niggas, y'all saying it all yourself. You are saying that it's okay for men to have sex, as many sexual partners as they want, but not for women too. So who are you having sex with then? Besides the animals and the sex dolls. Ooh, the men. This comes out your own mouth. And when I said, though, why you always gotta go to being gay? I'm like, you're not listening to yourself. You are the one who is saying that men are gay. You are the one disgusted by women having sex. The men can have sex, but if they're not having sex with the women, because you said that the women shouldn't have sex, like I said already, who are you having sex with? Like, use your brain, motherfuckers. You men say a lot, but you don't never know what you're saying. And I keep telling women to listen to them. And I think I'm going to say that up here. Let's see.
One at a time. We talk about the women. Were the women promiscuous, or do you think that we're misguided when it comes to this?
Yeah, I think you're misguided. I think, like, I remember lots of different women. We had the religious women who was not promiscuous. We had the ones who were. We had the women who just like to go and have fun, you know, just like in the regular world.
Who was that snoring?
Do you think
That's my husband. I'm so sorry.
I heard it too. I think who it was. I know who it was. I ain't gonna say nothing. I know who it was. I ain't gonna say nothing.
Do you think nurses are promiscuous?
Okay, it's okay.
Bomb Cherry, do you think nurses are promiscuous?
Nurses?
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know enough
If she
nurses.
repeat the question, that means yes, Mom.
What about flight
No,
attendants?
I don't know enough nurses to answer the question. Y'all.
Okay.
Like,
What about flight?
Y'all see how ignorant they are? Bomb Cherry. Do you think nurses are promiscuous? What about flight attendants? And I'm like what? See, if I was a pick-me, I would be willing to say, yeah, because hoes ain't number hoes. And all they do is hoeing. That's what I would be doing. See, that's what pick-me does. Pick-me does that. You got to agree with the man so he could pick you. But when I'm like, why these questions are very juvenile, and on top of that, like, what does a occupation got to do with what we're talking about? I said that there are young people, right, who are having sex, and there's a lot of young people who are not having sex. And I don't even know how to be more clearer than that, but they want to break it down. And that's how we know they're ignorant and dumb, silly, and very juvenile. They don't like the answer that I gave. It was just a little too simple for them. But it's my answer no matter what, no matter how they try to split it, break it down to the most common denominator, and the answer will be the one that I gave them in the beginning. Okay? Heterosexual men have sex with heterosexual women, but then again, we know that's not always true, huh? We have men who even start craving studs like y'all don't give no fucks. You will break down a stud and tell her how much you would like to dick her down when she just don't want you. But you will still sexualize her. That's where we are in the space that we hear on YouTube. And I understand when I see the jokes, right? There's comedians doing their clips and things like that. But in the real life, that's what gets you hurt. Where you think just because a woman was born a woman and everything, you think she's sexy still, where you think that she wants to take your penis. And that's why y'all are dangerous, right? Because y'all only think about your penis. You only think about you and your penis. You don't give a fuck about nobody else. You will approach anybody. You will approach them when they're very young. You approach them when they're very old. You will approach them when they are of the other community. You will approach and you don't give a damn. And then when you get turned down in the nicest way possible, you didn't take offense to it. And the reason is you could have read, like, but the answer was there without you even asking, but you just felt bold enough to ask. I'm looking at a video of two women in the gym. And this woman, I mean, she's doing her legs, right? Guy comes up and he touches her on her side. Now, for some reason, men today, they think that's okay. They don't like when a woman be like, oh shit, like what you do? Like to go up to a stranger and just touch her. Gotta be like, truly should be an assault and can't be considered assault. Right? These men get mad when women start, taking that overboard. She ain't taking it overboard. You put your hands on her body as if you had the right to, like her body belongs to you, or you could just come and touch it just because you want her attention. When he could have said hello, he could have stood in one spot and said it until she saw him or recognized him, right? But no, he goes up, he softly says hello, and then he reaches out and touches her fucking body. And then when we get upset because we freaking out by somebody touching us we don't even fucking know, the nerve of these niggas, baby. And if you got daughters, I feel sorry for you. If you can't understand what I'm saying, your daughter gonna have a hard motherfucking time. And we hope the nigga she come across ain't like her dad. Here we go.
Attendance.
Promiscuous. Oh, you mean
Yo, my
that
going
she
in.
just having sex when she want to? Is that what you mean?
Yes, that's what it
I'm pretty
means.
sure we all know what
Okay, I'm just
promiscuity
making sure. So yeah, she has the right to have sex with who she want to, or not have sex with anyone if she don't want to.
Okay,
Yes.
okay. I'm gonna ask you again. Do you think flight attendants are
Where's
promiscuous?
my brain?
No, I don't know.
You don't know. Okay, so it's safe to say that maybe we know a lot more than you.
No, it's safe to say that you are assuming a lot of things, and I refuse to assume those things.
But this is the thing, though, right? We have experiences, and you're saying that you have none of these experiences. So wouldn't it make sense that all of us men who come from, I'm from Philly. None of these niggas on the panel from Philly. So if we all have the same conclusions, and we all have more experiences than you in these fields, don't you think it might make sense for you to, all right, maybe they all got something.
No,
Yes, you see how stupid that is? That's what the manosphere been saying, right? If the guy in Georgia, and more particularly in who said it, Angry Man with his dumb ass, right? If the same guy in Georgia is seeing the same thing I'm saying, and I live in Virginia, and he live in Chicago, and he live in California. If we're all saying we see the same thing, then it must be true. Hi, man. Did you eat?
Yep, I ate it all.
You ate it all? Good boy. Okay, mama busy. Okay, go in there with your daddy. Or
Downstairs with Papa.
yeah, thank you.
Mark.
Okay, yeah, close my mom door. Thank you. Okay. Y'all, it's the most ridiculous thing. They're asking me about women who work in particular industries, right? And that's crazy. I could have sworn I gave my answer in the very beginning. Like I said, my answer doesn't change. There's women and men, young women and men who are having sex, hopefully with only those they want to, when they want to, or not when they want to, right? Not having sex when they don't want to. That's what my answer was in the very beginning. And it does, and I'm not even talking about like what job they have. Okay. And then he want to know, well, he must know more. And I'm like, nah, I don't think you know more, but I think you want to think that. Now you want to think that. And you want me to be the pick me to agree with you, like some of the women have no problem doing. Right? You know, when you have a group of women who are willing to say, oh yeah, I heard about them wild ass flight attendants. I heard everywhere they go, they got a hoe in every area code. Oops, that wasn't a woman. That was a man. I hoes. I got hoes in every area code. Area. I got hoes. I could have sworn that was a motherfucking nigga. But I digress. Of course, they're gonna put it on the women, ladies, and of course, the pick-me's will agree. Here we go.
I think what you just said is what these old niggas have been saying on YouTube for quite some while. You don't know where you get that from. It makes sense to you to say that if you in Chicago and he's in Florida and y'all see the same thing, that it must be true.
Miss Boncher, I got a question.
Get her.
Miss Boncher, I got a question. Have you ever dated a woman? Have you ever dated a woman as a man?
No, I've never dated a woman as a man. But I'm quite sure. Listen, I'm quite sure I could pull more women than you, though, and I don't need to be a man.
I don't care.
Okay, so what are you talking about?
What does it matter?
You asking me about women, and I said I don't know, and now you're saying, have you ever dated a woman as a man?
My
I
mama
could pull better bitches than you, baby.
I don't care. And most of these bad bitches, when you go home, these folks got crisis bed rails. What is you talking about?
Okay, so what you talking about, baby?
You don't be bad to a nigga on Instagram.
Don't look like you pulling no woman.
Don't let her talk to you like that, baby.
Hey, let's just keep it to the big picture. Hey, you coming from a privileged position where you can run your mouth. You married. I get that. But most of these women are never gonna be in your shoes. You're advocating for women that don't even respect the older women. They don't even listen to y'all.
Well, and some of us don't need to be listened to. So what I'm not understanding. That's a fact. Like just like I'm saying, some of the men don't need to be listened to, and some of y'all do. Right? And the same for the women.
But would you agree that the people that you just said some people don't need to be listened to? Those same people that don't need to be listened to are having kids, raising kids, and them kids got to listen to them.
Now you done brought in children, but okay, I don't know what your point is.
Man, fuck them kids. Don't nobody care about them kids.
What I'm saying,
come on, Uncle Rick.
There you go. And there you have it. And there you have it. They want to know about women doing this, women doing that. They want to sit on panels and just talk about shit on women. Everything we do, we're not supposed to have sex with men, but the men get to have sex. I guess with, like I said, the men. Okay, the men should have sex with the men, and the women, we should be ashamed because we shouldn't be having sex. And then this dude, right, when they want to know my answers on women, when this nigga gonna talk about, is it fair that, you know, have I ever been with a woman, right? Like he asked me that silly ass question, and then I gave him an answer, and I know he wasn't gonna like the answer. That a straight woman will be able to pull women before he could. Of course, they don't like that, but they like to visualize it, though. They would love to visualize me pulling other women so I could bring them to him, right? But no, these men are pushing women far away. I would go running. I'm not even gonna lie. If I was sitting amongst these men, single, still trying to look for somebody, I'll be afraid. Okay, I would seek shelter from gay women. Fuck out of here, or some gay men. Okay, we would create our own fucking family. I would not be fucking with these niggas right here.
What I'm saying is, you just said women should date younger. That's what you're saying. So they shouldn't be dealing.
Not younger, their age. And
so was my mama wrong for dating? She married my dad. My mom was 55. My mama met my dad when she was 19. My dad's 73.
Well, your mama wasn't wrong, but your daddy sure was a motherfucking sicko.
But my mom and dad been married for the last 30 years.
And but your daddy probably possibly almost dead, and your mama is still in her 50s, and you bragging about that?
So let me
you
ask
bragging
you
about your 50s and your dad get with a teenager nigga.
Hold on. I'm Sudanese though, so my culture different from y'all.
Not a nigga done twisted up the culture. When he said Sudanese, I didn't know what he was talking about. I didn't know he was talking about culture, really. So you're gonna hear me ask that. But not look, the nigga asked me a question. I gave him an answer. They ain't like the answer. To make it fit though, now he's Sudanese. He got a different culture. You see how they switch it up? They don't stand on nothing. They don't stand on nothing.
Y'all, I don't know what you talking about, baby.
I'm Muslim. I'm Sudanese.
Oh, okay. I didn't know
what I'm saying is,
what you mean say y'all.
If my daughter was 23, she's 22, 23, and she dating a man that's 35, 40, of course I wouldn't want her to date a dude her age. I don't.
Now you heard him, right? I want y'all to hear. That nigga was about, and my daughter was oh, and she was dating a man 35, 40. Then he thought about it, and then he hurry up and switch it and say, no, I wouldn't like that. But then to make his point that he wouldn't like it, he gonna start talking about he wouldn't like her ever dating anybody. That's the danger of a simpleton. This is the danger of how our brother Brownsville say of the what they call the men with who don't stand on anything. Damn, I can't think of it right now. But that's what we're dealing with right now. We're dealing with a man who he was trying to make a point that younger women should be with older men. And then right in the midst of him about to try to make that point, he decided that no, it wasn't good for him and his daughter. And now you have it, baby.
Well, date nobody. Start dating when you reach menopause. How about that? That's what I would tell my daughter in my mind. But I do not want my daughter being with a 21-year-old while she's 21 because she's not going to stay with that man. She's going to be 21, 22, dating another man, 24.
You worrying about who your daughter going to stay with when she's a young woman? What you mean? So you want her to be with her body count got to be just that one man? Is that what daddies are now into?
Bomb cherry.
Most fathers want their daughter to be with one guy for the rest of their life. That's what happened. My daughter.
Y'all hear this? Bomb cherry. Most fathers want their daughters to be with one guy for the rest of their life. What? I know you niggas was thinking about what your daughters do with her vagina, but y'all seem to be. And her body count gotta be low. You could see that's what them older men told y'all dumbasses on this internet, on Beyonce's motherfucking internet. They started to tell you that you should be worrying about your daughters because they want your daughters. I watched them on panels where they was telling these men, trying to make deals with these men for their fucking daughters. And you dumbass niggas fell for that shit. So now he got you over there grooming your motherfucking daughter so you can hand him your motherfucking daughter. You bum ass, nasty, trifling ass nigga. Y'all dumb. These older niggas to convince you to get out your dating pool so he can jump in, and then he gonna sit in your dating pool running through the young women that you should have an opportunity to be with just until you hand him your fucking daughter. I swear to God, this can't be true. This cannot be real. It cannot be real. It got to be fake, baby. But it isn't. This is red pill, baby. This is red pill. These niggas don't even know who their daddies is. And when I said I'm talking about the information that is coming out of their mouth came from somewhere. And they don't know where. They just know they heard it. And so they're repeating it. But it's ignorance. It's ridiculous. It's foolish. It's stupidity. Okay, here we go.
That sounds ridiculous. So
Bomb
my daddy
cherry.
was sitting at home talking
You're
about,
ridiculous.
you need to be
Bomb-
with this one
Why would
man.
I want my daughter to
Hey,
deal with
hey,
me
hold on,
like
hold on. Mark, go ahead, Mark.
Bomb cherry, right? So I don't know how old you are, right? But this is kind of why, like, I ain't gonna say it. I think I'm a leader, right? I like, for example, like I think I have much more wisdom than you, Bomb Cherry. But you might be what? 30?
Now y'all heard him, right? So when I mention later the insults, right? When I come back with them, I'm gonna come with them, and they gonna be crying. Okay, they're gonna cry. They gonna act like he ain't just said that shit. Bob Cherry, I don't know how old you are, but I'm this age, and I think I have more wisdom than you. Like out of the blue. And he's not gonna even say anything that to prove what he's saying. He just wants to say it. This the little nigga who, yes, if he's listening, my offer still stand, nigga. Let me know where you at. You wanna meet? You can meet me. I'm okay with it. I'm about that, nigga. Right? I promise you, I don't have no problem coming to Philadelphia. But if you say, well, nah, I'm not gonna mess with you, you too old, then that's okay. Then I'll have somebody in your own area meet you. You just tell me where, little nigga. Y'all play too much, bitch. You better play with your mama, but you won't play with me, nigga. Play with your mom, nigga. So just, he gonna try to play like he ain't say nothing, it wasn't me. That's what the nigga gonna play later. He gonna be like, nah, it wasn't me. Oh no, it wasn't. He got quiet when I made that threat on his ass, but he just kept saying it wasn't me. But I'm gonna point out every time this nigga said something that pissed me off. But when he really started talking about my motherfucking husband, oh man, that's when the threats came out my motherfucking mouth. Don't y'all play with me and my motherfucking family. It's something out. Because here I am on a panel filled with men. Some of them say they married, or I'm not even sure, right? And these niggas will never stand up for their fucking wives, right? They ain't gonna stand up. I could call their wives all kinds of hoes and everything, and they ain't gonna say shit. And here I am, a woman, and as soon as they start talking about my fucking husband, I'm ready to fight. You motherfucking right. Right? You motherfucking right. I'm ready to fight for me and mine while you was a whole pussy. You won't say shit or nothing because you don't give a fuck about who you with. Ladies do not have no kids for these niggas. Fuck humanity if it's up to these niggas. Fuck humanity if it's up to having children with these fucking niggas. One of these fucking niggas got 5 children. And I would like to see the dumbass bitches who had laid down with him and had them motherfucking children. Where was your mom at, bitch? Where was your mama, your dad? Like somebody had to speak to you. Because this shit right here is fucking ridiculous. These niggas shouldn't have no motherfucking kids. It just seems like anybody can have a fucking baby today. This shit is fucking silly. And we shocked at some of the people when we see them online with their children and shit, and people be like, "Ooh, it's so bad." Nah, bitch. Nah, listen. This shit seems to be going on everywhere. It seems like to be the norm. Fucking just fucking with these niggas like what they got. that would have you have a baby. Not me, baby. Listen. No. I assured you when I met my husband and I got to know him, and then I decided, hell yeah, I could have children by him. There was many things my husband said before we got married that made me know he would be a good dad. Even if it didn't work out between me and him, I knew that man. He told me, he mentioned that his father wasn't in his life, right? Hubby told me that before we got married. And he mentioned, yeah, like we was talking, he was sitting between my legs on the floor and I was scratching his scalp. I ain't even gonna lie. He used to come over, I'd be like, sit right here. Like me scratching his scalp used to make me feel at home because I used to, scratch my mom's scalp or I'll sit there and my mom would scratch my scalp. So that made me feel like at home. So I have no problem doing that. I like doing that type of shit, right? So we was dating and he would come and I say, sit right here. Now, I don't know if any woman ever did that with him before or not. And it ain't none of my fucking business, but that's just me. What I did, I said, sit right here. And I got the comb and I parted his hair and I was scratching and everything, yo. And so I would ask little, just basic question. It would be just simple. It wasn't like I was looking for a husband, right? Truly, we just started talking. And I would ask him questions to, get a little vibe, find out a little bit about him. And I mentioned, like, I don't know what I asked, but then he mentioned that, he wanted one day be a good father. His dad wasn't there. So he kind of was like, yeah, I'm gonna be in my children's life. So I knew from day one of having children with that man that it wasn't gonna be no simple where I could just walk away with his children. Even when I left him and took the children with me, in my mind wasn't, oh, we gone. Like I left him with the thought that he gonna follow. Like I was gonna get a place, and he and I'm gonna make sure there's jobs in the area, and I was gonna even apply for them jobs for him so he could come and move with us. Right? I never thought about taking his children for him because I never thought it would be something easy. He would have fought me. And I would have fought him the same way. So when you have sleeping around with people, you got to think about who you with. And this idea that there's women who do think that they can just take the children, that's you men's fault. When you lies talking about 95% of the time she gets the children. And that's a fucking lie, but that's what you believe and that's what you put out. So when these women end up having these fucking children and then they fighting and they thought it was going to be as simple as it was and they find out that it's not. And she not going to brag about her losing her children, or maybe she don't think it's a loss when you got to go 50-50 custody and she got to, present them motherfucking kids for you. So the lies that you share, it only hurts you. And we got a lot of women who do think, well, I had the baby. Like I remember when I had my baby, I'm like, this is my baby. Right? Hell yeah, that's my baby. And then my husband was changing diapers too. He was feeding them too. He was giving them baths too, not as much as I was, because because he worked. But the truth is, hubby always worked like we worked different. He would work, if I worked the daytime, he worked the nighttime. So like we had it like that. That's how we set it up in our family. So my husband was just as much of a motherfucking father as I was a mother. Man, these niggas is dumb though. Don't have no babies for these fucking niggas.
30 more years older than me, I don't know.
And when I say that, I'm not talking about all black men. When I say this in this moment that I'm saying it, I'm talking about these niggas on this panel. And I'm not even talking about all of them. Because all of them not this stupid. All of them is not speaking stupid. Okay? I'm actually really talking about that real dope daddy. The nigga called himself the real dope daddy. I just noticed this nigga name just in this fucking moment. Okay? And then we got a nigga up there look like he got a fake beard on. I don't even know.
20 years older than me, but you a woman. So for whatever reason, that ability, that delusion that women have, where they like, oh no, the world is like, I don't know anything. Oh, I don't know who's a hoe and who's not a hoe. I don't know. Like, you have the ability to recognize patterns for whatever reason you don't have, right?
Well, the idea that you want me to call a woman a whore.
No, I got you. Listen.
Oh, okay.
So,
This nigga say he got.
for
This
example,
nigga ain't got himself. Okay. Look, I see this nigga background. These niggas gonna then play like this nigga got money, and they could tell by his hat. And I'm like, what about his hat? Oh, just because his hat. Like, nigga, I have an embroidery machine. I can go downstairs right the fuck now and embroider that shit on a fucking hat. Oh, I could tell it's real. How you could tell it's real? Oh, cause of what? I have that font. I have that color. I can get that hat. And if I can't buy the hat, I can make that fucking hat. And I tell them that these motherfuckers bum ass niggas. And not only that though, with the Cowtown. I bet you if I tell him Cowtown, and if he listening right now, you know what Cowtown is, nigga? I know you do. I know you do. Don't make me go there tomorrow and show a picture of that fucking hat. Fuck out of here. You know where you get the most rip off, what they call them when they dupes. That's what y'all call them today, right? Dupes of fucking everything. Ladies, you want a Louis Vuitton bag? Well, it's gonna say Louis Vuitton on that bitch, and it's gonna look just like Louis Vuitton on that motherfucker, and nobody gonna know it's fake. Not just looking at it, they gonna have to rip that bitch apart to even tell if it's fake. But then again, you ladies don't even know that the Louis Vuitton that you buying at the price that you buying is not even real leather. Like, how you gonna tell when something's real when you not even, the shit that you bought from them isn't real? It's disgusting. The fucking conversations that I have, and it's crazy.
when your daughter gets married, right? You are giving her away. So that means that everything that I was doing for you, making sure that you were covered in every way, I'm giving that responsibility to another man. And you want me to give that responsibility to a 20-year-old, a 21-year-old, like like he don't even know what he about to experience. It's so many things that he got to experience in life versus the idea of giving that to a 26-year-old, a 27-year-old, a 28-year-old, like a man who's a little bit more seasoned out in the world. You don't think that makes sense? You think that kind of like,
y'all remember this is the dude that said when he was 22 and shit, he didn't even know how to prepare for a snowstorm, but not that he like 26, that he got all the answers. And now the nigga saying is, why would I give my daughter to a 26-year-old? I thought you got all the answers when you're 26, nigga. That's what came out his mouth earlier, and now it's something now different. But it's the exact opposite of what he said earlier, is what he's saying right now. Lord have mercy, Jesus.
Makes no sense. That makes no sense. My father gave away me to my husband who was 21. So it's not about his age. It's about the man, my husband, and all of the men in my family had a conversation with my husband prior to me getting married. See, y'all generation, y'all confused, but I'm the generation that you looking up to. And when we tell you, well, it's not all that y'all claim it to be, or that y'all are actually lying about a lot of things.
I just got to clarify one thing I heard. So you said,
so while I'm talking, they interrupt, which is okay. That's a panel. But when I do it, they have a problem with it, right? I haven't even gotten to make a full thought out of my mouth when I was up there, right? They'll say some shit. Oh, I got you. Oh, you got me. I don't even know what the fuck they think they got. I think it's just something they say because they sure don't be saying anything that I'm saying, nowhere near close to it. And this motherfucker interrupted, and let's hear what he got to say.
Your father gave you away to your husband when in 20 what? What happened? Your father
I think
gave
she said 22. I think she said 22.
Look, he's so motherfucking confused. He just wanted to interrupt, and he don't even know what he's interrupting for. Okay.
My husband was 21.
and your father gave you away when you were how old?
I was 19.
Okay, go ahead, Mark. So,
Okay, so
Look, see,
I got a question for you. What you was doing around when Freak Nigga was going on?
see, out of nowhere. No, I never mentioned anything except I'm married. They asking me about whores and shit like that, and I'm like, I don't know what you're talking about. Like, it don't work that way. That just because you're in the military, that you the most, sexual, And all that shit was ridiculous. And now out of nowhere, Freaknik comes up. What? Freaknik comes up. It amazes me because I'm a woman and I'm not thinking about sex. That's why I'm like when I'm trying to get an understanding of exactly what they're talking about, because my mind don't go directly to sex. So, you know what I mean? Like, I'm like, what the fuck going on? This nigga asked me about Freaknik. Okay.
Oh, I went to Freaknik, baby.
You went to Freaknik?
Oh, yeah.
What you was doing?
At the picnic with everybody else. What you mean what I was doing?
You just hanging out? Just y'all was just hanging out?
Yeah, I was hanging out. Just like the most people there was hanging out. And then they had the...
Was you ripping and running, Bomb Cherry?
Was you fucking that Freaknik?
Look at him. Now they excited. Right? I should have sent them a video, right? Of me ripping and run. Cause I'm running all through them niggas' minds. Right? I'm running right now. They probably want to know all kinds of things about my personal vagina, and all kinds of shit is running through their minds right now. And I'm like, was you ripping and running? Fuck you mean was I ripping and running? Babe, like when I was up there, I started to think I'm up here with idiots now. At first I was thinking, okay, I'm just answering their question. Now, mind you, all I'm doing is answering their questions, right? They're the ones asking the questions, and I'm answering. I have no problem with that. Later, this motherfucker gonna tell me that I lied. He gonna say that I lied. He said that I tried to make it seem like I was a woman of God in the church. That's what he gonna say, that I was lying and I was gaslighting. And I'm gonna be like, what? They asked me a question, I give him an answer. He asked me about Freaknik, I said I was there. And then he gonna try to switch it up and say that I was acting holier than thou. And then he gonna stand by it like it's true. The fucking liars. But I don't think they purposely lied. I just think they're stupid. And I think I would rather be a liar than be known as an idiot. You know what I mean? Like I would be cool if I had to choose whether people thought I was just stupid, you know what I mean? Like on the R spectrum and shit like that, versus if I'm just lying. I think I would go with the lie. I would rather people think I'm just lying than for me to be stupid. But apparently these niggas don't give a damn. I think they're stupid. I don't think they're purposely just up there lying. I think they tell us a lot of truth. I think they prefer to fuck niggas. And I think they don't like women. They only fucking you because of society. They don't want to be thought of as gay. So you gonna be their beard. You gonna be their beard, and they're gonna fuck you, and they're gonna fuck other niggas. Okay? They jealous of you because you get to fuck niggas without any approach, right? Where But it's okay for you to have sex with men, although they say you're not supposed to be having sex with men. Ladies, you shouldn't be having no sex. So they gonna dog you for having sex with men. They gonna have sex with you only so they boys, be cool with, but then they gonna fuck their boys. And they all gonna be the happier. And then when something go wrong with their relationship, some disease or something like that, they gonna come and you gonna get the blame. Both him and his boy gonna blame you. You the cheater. And that's the setup. You gonna be blamed for everything. These niggas fucking any and everything. Okay? And if something pop up, you gonna be the blame.
What?
Was you fucking and freaking?
No, my husband, I was married when I went to Freaknik. And no,
You
my
went
husband
with your
was there
husband?
me. No, he didn't go with me. To Freaknik. But so I guess that means I was fucking, huh? Because we Freaknik, so y'all saying all the women and men who was out there, they was fucking.
Was you?
I want to fuck. Huh? That's what they were doing. That's what we were saying.
Was you?
The fact you dating like that means you probably was.
That's the thing about like women in that age bracket. Y'all will never tell us the truth, and that's why I kind of always bring up Freaknik, because y'all was freaks too. Y'all just
This nigga said you always bring up women in the age gap. He said we're not gonna tell the truth, but he asked the question. Told him I'd give the answers, right? And he the one bringing up Freaknik, and apparently he must bring it up a lot because that's what he just said. That's why I always bring up Freaknik, because y'all was freaks. And he hasn't asked me was I freaky, but if he had, I would have been like, yeah, I'm freaky. Later on, though, he gonna swear up and down that I said I was in the church, baby. He gonna swear up and down.
No, you bring up Freaknik because it's new to you, but we, like, what?
I heard you heard that little gas.
You could go to a regular. What you say? You in Philadelphia, didn't it? Because you right next door.
I don't know what Freaknik was. I'm not there. I'm not. It wasn't going on
right.
my time.
Freaknik was in Atlanta, and it was for college.
Now ain't that something? That's you heard me when I asked him, "Aren't you in Philly?" That was me letting him know. Yeah, I think I even tried to tell him where I was, so he, I'm kind of warning you, nigga. What? Aren't you in Philly? And you see how he brushed that shit off, huh?
I was about to say, Freaknik was in Atlanta for sure. It was in Atlanta for sure.
Or Miami.
No, it was definitely in Georgia.
It was in
Atlanta. Everything.
Well, they had Freaknik 5 years straight till they shut it down, but Freaknik was there.
This nigga said they had Freaknik 5 years straight. I don't know where he came up with 5 years straight. Because when they started it, it became a yearly thing, and it was way more than 5 years. That's what I'm saying. Like, no information, don't know what the fuck they talk about, but they would just say in it. Oh, now this the masturbator, by the way. I'm gonna get to that in a minute. We're gonna fast forward.
No, they had
people didn't know
for
that.
over 10 years. You don't know what you're talking about. It started in the 80s.
No, what I'm saying is no, I'm 38 years old. I'm telling you, it stopped and it came back. But go ahead.
This nigga said he 38. He telling me it stopped and it came back. And he's an idiot. Okay?
My bad.
No, that's not true.
Where's my fucking money, motherfucker? Where's my fucking money?
All right, shout out to my boy T.O. Always supporting in the cash app. Appreciate you, my brother. All right, y'all keep going.
You mad because I was outside. And you want women to be inside. Or y'all to be outside.
You just not gonna tell us.
Oh, that's crazy.
You just not gonna tell us everything you put your husband through, but that's okay. You don't got to.
Well, I said that. I said, didn't I say that? I put my husband through a lot. He put me through a lot. I said that.
Because you always both kids. You always both.
Yes, because we were both young. Exactly.
Nobody just said that you were outside.
And it didn't necessarily have to be mean cheating, but my husband, any guy looked at me he would blame me. He didn't like the way I was dressed sometimes. He didn't like when I wanted to go to freaking or to the club. He didn't like none of that, right? Yeah.
Is that a bad thing that he didn't like that, Bomb Cherry?
No, it wasn't a bad thing. He didn't like it.
That's the part. He wasn't a man yet, so he couldn't control you. You needed to be controlled. You needed to be contained.
My husband
when that nigga said he wasn't a man yet. I don't know what. Y'all got to stop listening. The more this nigga talk, because he about to start talking about that nigga said he wasn't a man yet. No, nigga, you the one who wasn't a man until you became an old motherfucker. Other than the young man, he said he was a man even all the way since he was 20. You the one who said you had to get older just to know how to survive a snowstorm indoors, nigga. Indoors. It ain't even like this nigga lives somewhere where he got to go really cut down the firewood, start the fire outdoors, make sure it don't go out, figure out how everybody gonna stay from getting cold from the snow. This nigga didn't have to dig out no shelters or nothing for protection. This nigga just had to go indoors, and he said he got all the answers. These weak ass, bitch ass niggas. Weak ass niggas. That's why I'm too strong for them, see, because I'm just a woman. But even the niggas they follow, like an Anton Daniels, who's sweeter than a motherfucking cupcake, who ain't never really did nothing for real, and even when he did it, it was failing, except scam, and that's okay. Y'all niggas like scammers. But nigga, if the world was coming to the end, I bet you me and my family gonna be good, and your ass gonna be over there still wondering how to cut wood since you purchased some motherfucking wood, gonna act like you had all the answers. Dumbass motherfucking niggas. Probably don't know how to change a tire.
Control me today. I don't know why y'all think I'm supposed to control women. Yes.
I'm not gonna say control. I say structure. Structure, not control. Structure. Two different things.
I don't like that shit. For sure, bro. I don't like that shit.
He wasn't a man yet. He couldn't tell you like he just had to sit home.
My husband had already been in the military for about 6 years.
He just had to sit home and be mad while you at Freaknik. That's crazy. Ain't no,
well, he was watching our son.
Listen.
He was watching the son.
Jesus. Look, they ain't like that, baby. I said that on purpose. I was like, nah, he wasn't at home mad while I'm at Freaknik. He was watching our son. Look at him. And look, they like, ooh, ooh. And I like, what? Look at him, baby. They don't know what to do, baby. Because none of them probably are good dads. Like a man watching his son or sons or children. Ooh, wait, what? He was home watching the bitch. Ooh, oh, but you would think if you didn't know any better and you just got here doing this conversation, you probably thinking that's a good thing, right? A dad being a dad. Hell yeah, he love his children. So he gonna be a dad. But nah, you would think that's what they were saying if it was a real conversation with real men. But in this instance, we're talking about children. So of course, why would a father be watching his children? He gotta be wrong with him. He not a real man.
When he went the Wing Bowl, right there in Philly, when he went the Wing Bowl doing Super Bowl, I didn't bother him, right? Because we were still young. He was still going out with his boys, and I was going out. So, and even when we had the children, what's the problem with that? We raised our children together. So I asked him, what's the problem with that? They ain't got no fucking answer. What's the problem with that? It's called family. Someone said it on another channel the same night. They mentioned when they was talking about submission, how women should submit. He said that women submit
if there is a mission and the family should be the mission. I like the way that man said that shit, right? It's I can dig it. So the family is the mission. I love it. I love it. And we both, as adults and parents, we on the same mission. We have the same mission, and that is to take care of our fucking family. And that includes the man doing his part on mission. And it includes the woman, me, doing my part on mission. And when you're young or not, you don't even have to be young. You might, right? When he wants to go and release some tension, go football games, basketball games, I want to go fishing, and I don't want to go with him, I don't have to go with him. And he can still go. And if the kids are too young to go, then I'm going to be home with them so my husband can go and still live life. When I did want to go, then we brought the children with us. It just so happens that where I mostly wanted to go, children wasn't allowed. Where hubby wanted to go, most of the time we could bring the children, but sometimes he won't bring no children. He want to go and have peace, fishing, doing what he wants to do. And I wasn't sitting at home complaining about me being with children. Well, I'll be going fish. I'll be saying, hey, I'm getting off. I'm going fishing a few hours after work. Okay. He said that's where he went. Did he go there? I don't know. And I'm not going to bother myself trying to figure it out. I'm not chasing him down to see where he went. All I could do is put my trust in, and like if hubby ends up being the cheater, right? Like these men like to say, or in my case, they try to blame me. But if he's the cheater, then he's the cheater. Ain't got nothing to do with me. And ladies and gentlemen, these men got you scared of getting with a man because and I would be scared. I get it. All they talk about is cheating, and they want to do this. They don't want to be with just one person and love one another, protect one another. Nah, they want to put danger in your life. Okay? And they're going to hate this conversation about to go crazy, baby, because they're going to start talking about how a man can have sex back to back. And then I'm going to educate them on some shit that they just not going to like. And then they're going to agree with me in the end. Ain't that fucking crazy? Yes. Knowledge. They ain't going to never want to tell anybody that they learned it from a woman, though. Oh, nah, baby. Mm-mm.
Like a couple. And y'all want these women, y'all want them, you still want to go out and do what you want with your friends. She can't ask you nothing, but she can't go out with her friends. I'm not telling women to go to Freaknik. That's not the point because I didn't bring up Freaknik, you did. But what I am saying is a married younger couple can still have fun with each other and grow up and love one another, respect one another.
How you doing? You doing all right?
I'm doing good. How you doing?
Okay, so what was the purpose of you going to the Freaknik? Like what was your purpose for going and you were married? So
yes,
go ahead.
I was in college and I went to go to a big party for Black people, Black Bikers Week, Freaknik, Sister was right here in Philadelphia when they was doing their thing, the radio station. Yes, supporting Black.
Let me ask you this. How did you dress when you went?
However I wanted to dress. What you mean how I dressed?
What I'm saying. No, because you had a husband, right? And the Freaknik the purpose is to be seductive. Am I correct?
No.
It's
but
called
that's what
Freaknik.
No, but you don't know why it's called Freaknik. And so that's why you went to freak, because you think it has something to do with freaking. But that is not true. Because they had a song called Freak a Leak, right? Lashik made the song, and that's how the name came about. But I know you don't know that, so you automatically just said, "Oh, it's called Freaknik," so they was out there freaking, and that is not true. It started out with college students who didn't have money to go home, so they had a picnic. That's it.
So what type of costume did you wear?
We didn't wear costumes. I used to have them tight curls, you know, with the weaving, all high, you know, waterfalls, and you know, I had on my shorts and my halter top and whatever I want to wear.
Okay.
Remember? Yeah.
You said they had a song called Freak. It was a song. It's a Freaky League song before P.D. Pablo. It was another one.
It was.
Y'all heard that nigga? He the one that said P.D. Pablo. There was another freaky song. Look, P.D. Pablo. Let me see. Hey Siri, search up P.D. Pablo.
Moses Barrett 3.
Let me see what song he talking about. Give me a second, y'all. P.D. Pablo debuted Freaky League in 2003. And if I'm correct, Freaknik was over. Okay. So and see that that's what I'm talking about, right? Then nigga said P.D. Pablo.
It was by Afrika Lashik. Lashik. Look up Lashik.
Lashik.
Lashik. Lashik. Lashik. Lashik.
And some
it's
shit
like
like
a
that.
70s, 80s song. And that's where this come from.
Hey, Bomb Cherry, you said your son, you said, I'm sorry, you said your husband was at home watching the kids while you was out frolicking, right?
Yeah, many times my husband watched the children on my weekends out, and I watched the children on his weekends out.
Oh, okay. So, okay.
Y'all noticed that, right? How many times I said he watched the children when I went out, and I watched the children when he went out. I said that a couple of times, even before he just asked me that. But it don't matter, right? They gonna absolutely make it seem like I never said that my husband goes out with him and his friends, or even by himself when he want to, and I watch the kids. Then they gonna act like I never said that. In fact, they're gonna make it seem like it don't even exist. You know, me watching children so my husband could go have fun with his friends. Okay? That's why they gonna always point out, oh, he watched the kid while you go frolicking. Using words I didn't use. And then for some reason, Rose think this shit funny. Right? They think it's funny. Now, you know, I didn't get on the women. I did not. Well, I think one of them came up or was over here and they decided to say something, and I got quick started with them because, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm already going, these men keep asking questions, which I have no problem with. I'm answering. But then when a woman jumps in, because, you know, I've noticed right off the bat, you know what I'm saying, the looks and the shit that the women give it. And I swear, listen, I swear my finger was on the trick. Right? It was on the trick. I can only offer so many compliments and hope that the women sit their ass down and don't be a pick-me for these niggas, right? Don't be a pick-me for these niggas. Because just like I'll shoot at them, okay? I'll shoot at them. So here we go.
Okay, so I'm just asking from your opinion, do you feel like that's the duty of your husband to just do that and watch your kids while you out, you know, living your best life? Do you feel like that was his duty? That's what he's supposed to be doing, right?
My husband's duty is to be a father. His mission is to be a family man, and that's what he was doing. And I didn't make him do anything, and he didn't make me do anything.
So, okay, so you made that decision. You basically just told him.
Look, they don't like the answers I'm giving. The answers are too kind. They make too much sense. So they look, they trying to word it up all kinds of ways, baby. They want me to be like, yeah, he better take care of them kids. As a matter of fact, they not even his kids. But look, that's what they looking for. They do not like families. They don't. Especially when the man is responsible. I haven't said a negative word about my husband. Gave him nothing but the praise. I'm like, he's a father. He's a husband. He's a man. Not one negative word. But they want me to say something negative about him. Okay? Here we go.
That you was gonna go out, and he just assumed that he was gonna have to watch the kids because you told him you was going out, pretty much, right?
No, you didn't hear when I said he on his weekends I watch the kids, and so that means we had an agreement like a married couple should. When he wanted to go Super Bowl games or the Prince concert or whatever concert he wanted to go to, he went to without me when we had children because we both couldn't go with children. So that's an agreement we came as a married couple. You may not agree with it, but it must have worked because, I mean, you heard him snoring over there in the bed.
Just because
Oh,
the marriage.
that was that box. Okay.
I'm gonna tell you something. Your husband never left you because you was the best that he could do. Cause ain't no way my wife is going to.
And you see what I'm saying? Now they shooting shots at my husband. They shooting shots at him, but because I'm the best he could do. Nigga, I'm better than any bitch you've ever been with in your motherfucking life. That's what I'm talking. Like these niggas, like even today, they bitches won't look better than me. Like I don't even know what the fuck is going on with these little niggas. And today I'm 57 years old, and your hoe are not gonna look better than me. When you say my husband couldn't do better than me, you couldn't do better than me. You couldn't even get me. The fuck is they talking about?
Even if she's not, even if she's not having sex like that, like I know
every woman don't want to go to.
I know Trey Rose knows something personal about me.
Nah, see, no, don't do that. Why you put my name in that?
The streets don't know.
Hold on, hold on. Why so serious? I ain't saying nothing. Don't put me in that, bro. Listen, I'm not using people's vulnerability to weaponize it against them on the public platform. So don't do that, bro.
Hey, why so serious? Hey, why so serious?
Only time you gonna get smoked from me is when you like that nigga down at the bottom with that red shirt.
That's a fact. That's a fact. Hey, yo, no, ain't no funny shit. Why so serious? Would never play with you like that. Never play with you like that. But that nigga Sheik,
I'm
a whole different.
from
That's
a
a whole
joking
different
place.
game. Unless your name is Sheik, that's it.
No.
Understand it.
No, I'm a wolf. I don't have these problems at all. This is just terrible.
This nigga said he's a wolf. Why he called himself sheep? That's who we talking to. These type of men on this panel. You know what I'm saying? This nigga said I'm a wolf, but his name is Sheep Steaks. What the fuck? What the fuck?
Let me tell you something.
He said he got look. They think it's a problem.
Nah, I'm coming from a place of joking when I say stuff like that.
Oh, okay, I'm just letting it be known. I'm not one of them niggas.
Make sure we're clear.
Hey, Wolf Stack, let me tell you something, my brother. You having a problem, my nigga, because you healing.
Come on, Trey. Come on, bro.
If you didn't have any problems, you wouldn't be healing, my nigga.
So the healing thing, they about to talk about that, and apparently apparently there's a young woman who's in the chat, I think, right? Because I don't look at the chat, so I don't be knowing. But she gonna come up, and she's really pretty, right? And apparently she tried to get his attention, Sheep's attention, And he said he said no because he was healing. Now, at first I thought, oh, I'm giving him some credit where he said, hey, I'm not ready to be in a relationship. I don't want to hurt anybody, because I'm still healing. I think most of us women, we probably can see that, right? But when it comes down to it, and we find out this nigga masturbate every day by looking at porn, and he also is a pick me. This nigga been up here trying to be a pick me this whole time, right? The nigga want to agree with the men even when he don't agree with them, because later he gonna go back and be like he agree with me, but then you know what I mean? Like it's the most ridiculous thing ever. Here we go.
Okay, at least listen. At least I can admit I'm healing.
At the time,
We have some handsome young men
you
up
gonna
here
admit-
tonight. I just want to say shout out to the brothers and the beautiful sisters.
Hold up. How you gonna admit that you healing, but you can't admit when you lying? How that works?
I haven't lied about anything. I'm saying I'm healing because hold on. I said earlier, nobody heard nothing I said. I could date a bunch of women if I want to. I'm not ugly. I work out. I got my own crib. I'm saying I need to heal to date some.
How many of y'all would think this nigga got his own crib? This nigga is sitting in the kitchen right now. He had to get far away from the bedrooms. You know what I mean? Like, I done had to go down towards the kitchen too. When I know I'm gonna be loud and hubby sleeping. This nigga is still living with somebody in his family, and that nigga is in the kitchen. Okay, we know some other men who are in the fucking kitchen. Okay, that nigga kicking it in the kitchen. Let's see if we can find a beat real quick. Let's go see. The nigga kicking it in the kitchen. And this is what they do. They lie, exaggerate. You got to start telling the truth, baby. Even if you just tell the truth to yourself. You ain't got to tell everybody the truth. But when you lie to yourself, you're mentally ill, little nigga. Okay? What's the name of let's see. This nigga is kicking it in the kitchen. Okay, he's kicking it in the kitchen. And I haven't determined whether it's his mama's house, grandmama's house, or one of his older girl cousins. Okay, but the nigga is living with a woman that's related to him. Okay, the men won't take him in. Okay, the men won't take him in because he masturbated a little too much, and his cousin's ready to kick his ass out of that bitch too. Okay. Because that nigga go hand on hand. That nigga is hands on, baby.
Free. Plus, get your biggest refund. Roughly 37% of filers qualify. Simple Form 1040 returns only. File now.
That's the longest commercial I've had on this. YouTube is doing too
$5
much.
big breakfast deal is back at Wawa.
What name
Get
am
any
I?
sizzly, any size hot.
This nigga hands on. This nigga hands on hands. I don't like this beat. What it sound like? Woo. Hey, 5 on 5. Fingers is lying. Nigga choke his chicken while he's lying. Here we go. He can't deny that nigga beat his meat all sides. Hands on hands. Nigga got them hands on hands. Pop, he ain't got no bands. Cause he's sitting there with a dick in his hand. Woo. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, nigga. Put your penis on the trigger. Woo. I'ma tell you how I sit up. To the left, to the right, nigga. Hands on hands. Bands on bands, never bands. Woo. About to band. This nigga about to get kicked in the sand. Action nigga, here we go. Drop your boy pussy straight down to the floor. Here we go. Here we go. You don't know. Hands on hands. Take it to the floor. No. Hands on hands. Hands on hands. Masturbating ass niggas to the sands. Ha! Never ever putting you dance. But that nigga always got his hands on hands. Hands on hands. That's a fact. Little Jack with his little bitty nigga back. I'ma call it the nigga stuff. Hands on hands, hands on hands. The never getting any fucking dance. Broke ass nigga. That nigga admitted. Let me fast forward it, y'all. There's a lot to it, but we gonna get to the nigga hands on hands. This nigga was jerking off. Let me see. We're gonna go find it. Okay, this is the woman. She came up. That's B. Okay, very pretty young lady. Okay, there he go. OJ Speed came up.
Construct. So that's a construct you just made up.
Yeah, so let me explain, right? So the dictionary does not tell us how to use words. The dictionary reports how we use words. True. Which is why words and definition.
This nigga said the dictionary don't tell us how to use words. The dictionary reports how we use words. So the dictionary reports how we use words so people could use the words. The nigga said the dictionary don't tell us how to use words. It's just inform us of how we use words. And I'm like, okay. These niggas will speak in circles and think they're saying something smart. The dictionary actually do tell you how to use words, right? A culture may come up with a word, and then they use that word a certain way, right? Okay. And then it gets placed in the dictionary to let other cultures and other people see how the word is being used so they can use that word that way as well. So it's almost like the conversation they having, what comes first, the chicken or egg? But does it even fucking matter? Both of them are here. I'm quite sure this nigga had to pull out dictionary so he can understand how to use the word. Whether it's going to be a verb, a noun, an adjective. Like what he said, it doesn't tell us how to use words. And yet it does give us a description of how to use the actual word. But this is what happens when motherfuckers think they smart. They say any fucking thing. Okay? It's the craziest thing. Not only does it tell us how to use words, but it'll go in and tell us how they used to use the word even before, way back. Way back. Ain't that something? Oh my God. That's niggas for you, baby. That's nigga for you. Hey, Bray, how you doing, my baby? How you doing? Happy day to you. Okay, let me see. It's crazy though, but let's see.
Definitions get updated over time because it mirrors the culture.
That's fact.
So the culture dictates the
Somebody said that's facts.
definition of the word, and then the dictionary says, okay, this is how y'all using it. We're going to write that in the dictionary so that people know how the culture is using the word.
So why would they put it in a dictionary if what he says it don't tell us how to use it? Well, why they gotta put it in a dictionary if they're not telling people how to use it? It actually tells people how to use the word. Okay, the word changes. Like there's so many words that have changed. It's crazy, through the time. But we could go in the dictionary and find all those changes. Can't go to Wikipedia though. You actually have to go get your dictionary, okay? Wikipedia is not gonna do that for you. And the Black Dictionary, what is called Urban Dictionary, Oh, that one right there, baby. People be like the Urban Dictionary. That's not in the real dictionary. Okay, that's just some shit. A trend. A word may be just trendful for a short period of time. It may never ever get in the dictionary. Okay. Let me get to when this nigga start talking about how you masturbate.
I just said, when the average man use that terminology, it's not based off that.
It's not based off nothing because I bet you.
Bombshell, it's based off of a promiscuous woman.
No, listen, there's some of us who've been called a whore without ever being promiscuous at all. And I showed that up here tonight. But I'm quite sure these women have been called that by a man.
Cherry, I understand what you're saying. I respect what you're saying, but you have to understand, right? What we're missing each other is OG went to the literal definition, right? And that's cool. We rocking with that because the Bible even co-signs that. But Mont is saying, hey, the culture dictates basically what people define. It's just like,
by the way, they're talking about a whore. Or is the word, are they talking about the word whore? I think they're talking about the word whore. So, you know, it always gonna come back to the women and they always gonna be called whores. And OG gave a definition of whore. And he says a whore is a woman, like a woman who uses her body for financial gain. That's crazy right there. But okay, right? Because I think the word whore is more in depth than that. It's not just a woman who uses her body for financial gain. Because I would venture to say that most women, not all, but most women use their bodies, right, or what they have, their looks, right? Because when you say body, you're not just talking about body. He's not just talking about sex. OG he stood his definition apart by saying it don't even have to be sex involved for her to be a whore. She just have to use her body and or looks to be a whore. Right? And you know, I disagree with that, you know, but that's okay. That's his definition. The other men are saying, well, for her to be a whore, she has to because I asked them, like, what are we talking about whore? Because remember, they call all women whores. And somebody even said she don't even have to have sex to be a whore. Like they said, she can want to have sex, but nobody has sex with her, and she'll still be a whore. Like that's what y'all. So a woman who wants to have sex, but isn't having sex, that she too could be a whore. And I'm like, yeah, that's what we talking about. Stupid ass niggas, right? Dumb shit. So yes, we got to define these words when we're dealing with idiots because they are using a word completely different. It's starting to get a real crazy on this internet shit with people and their fucking words and how they use them. And then they just assume everybody agrees with them. Don't we all agree to this? And I'm like, no. Even with this panel, most of the people disagree with OG. I kind of understood what he was saying, but I disagreed with that definition as well. And then I go to say, well, many women have been called whores and ain't got nothing to do with her sexuality, her sex, or nothing. A woman is getting called a whore for not having sex with a man. And the men make it seem like, well, they understand that could happen. It's not going to be a lot. And I'm saying it is a lot. It is a lot how you men, right? When men get upset, how they use words against women. Right? And the one that you like to use is whore. Bitch used to be one that don't get you nothing no more. And they used the slut word, right? They like to use that, which is why they got a slut walk. The men don't even understand what the slut walk is. They actually believe it's a bunch of women who are sluts walking, y'all. The slut walk, they think is a bunch of sluts walking. And the slut walk is a movement where women and men, right, got together to say, just because I dress a certain way don't make me a slut, and just because I dress a certain way don't make me a whore. Just because I dress a certain way don't mean that you get to just grab on me, touch me, or assault me. But then again, when you're talking to ignorant people who just hear the term and just base their opinions on it based on just that term. When people use certain words to help uplift their movement, like the Me Too movement, right? Everybody who was supporting that movement wasn't saying that they too was assaulted, but it's called the Me Too movement. Or the, you know what I'm saying, like slut walk. The slut walk is like we said, I could dress sexy and not actually be a slut. It's crazy how men think, or should I say little boys? Okay, I gotta stop saying men, little boys. Here we go. We want to get to when this dude gonna mention his masturbation every day.
I can use a word, and then the police are here, and guess what they'll do? They'll have to go look it up because they're not used to the culture. Because the language is changing all the time. So at the end of the day, I can use a word, and today, OG and Miss Bombshell might hear the word and not even understand what me and Money was talking about, and it's a word that they use differently from what they use now in 2026.
Yeah, we know that.
I
Like
got
6,
that,
7, we know that. We smart enough to know that.
Okay,
But
so
my
what I'm
question
saying
was
is-
though, wait a minute, I just want to say this because
go ahead, Barbara.
what I'm saying is you said that once men use it a certain way. And what I'm saying is a woman could turn him down from giving him sex and he'll call her a whore.
He's being disingenuous. That doesn't count. He's just saying.
So what you mean? That's what a lot of you men do.
He's being prideful.
Okay. Let's
Look,
get.
now he being, look, it happens a whole shit lot, but it don't matter. He just being disingenuous. Oh, what? Most women, right? Heard of this happening to them, had this happen to them when they were younger. Right? Somebody calling you out of your name that could really destroy your reputation when you was younger. Now I just want y'all men to know y'all don't have no power over a grown ass woman. Oh, with no goddamn words. Okay? You just might get your ass beat though dealing with the wrong woman, that's all. Everybody don't have a man who gonna sit there and you gonna be able to say, oh, you want to get killed because of words? You mean all that? Yes. Okay? It's a lot of motherfucking men in my family. If you called me a certain thing around them, there will be no questions asked. You get snatched up. Nikki, what you doing? It sound good, man, but Mama, I'm busy right now. You gonna make me listen? I'm busy right now, man. Some women get judged by what they wear. Yes, lots of women get judged by what they wear. That's what the slut walk was about. Trying to say, hey, now you could judge them, right? Everybody got a right to judge people. Yeah, women was being assaulted, and then they were saying, well, what was she wearing? Or look what she was wearing, and they blame her because of what she wearing. You know, but then when they go to say, well, look at all these men who attack women, and she was in sweatpants, and then they have no answer for why. Why did she get attacked using in sweatpants? Or the old lady who was in the house in her old woman nightgown, why did she get attacked? So, but y'all hear my grandson? He playing the piano. Oh, you're getting good. You're getting good. Okay, come on, finish playing her thing, man. Your pop about to be coming up soon anyway. I'm going to have to try to get to the
Back to what
masturbation.
OG said in the beginning, please. He said that a woman cannot
ahead,
be a whore. She still had to see a man to sleep with her mother or her parent or her aunt, whoever it was, to be what she saw.
But that's
Bruh.
taking away the responsibility and accountability for the woman making
So
those
wait,
decisions.
I can't.
Now, so OG asked a good question. He asked, can there be a such thing as prostitutes or whores, right? Without men, which is a valid question. So what he's saying, if you really look at these men who claim they're looking for solutions for real, then you can end it, the prostitution and the whore, you can end it simply by the men just not participating. The men say, oh, but you're taking all the responsibility off the women because nobody making her do something. And I was trying to get in there so badly because it's something how they blame women. But we all know, even in the prostitution world, it's always a man behind that.
You didn't take a shower. You stink.
I stink. Yeah, my mom got to take a shower, man. Oh, that's just because you over there smelling good. You just got out the shower, huh? Cause you smell like pineapples. My grandson said, you gotta take a shower, you stink. Nobody told me, yo. That's because he smelled like pineapples and shit. Cause he just got out the shower. You see what he do me? My grandson ain't no good, y'all. But he know we got to get in the shower every night, okay? Every night.
It's ready. 10.
It is 10? Yeah, just turn 10, man. Just not turn 10 just now. Yeah, turn 10. They just turned 10 just now. Bacon. Oh, you eat my bacon? That's a shame. That was my breakfast. Where the goddamn video at? Okay, here we go. So yeah, so that's what the OG was talking about. He was like, hey, like, why we just want to blame women? Y'all got to stop doing that. And, but always wanting to blame the women is a thing for them.
That was a terrible analogy.
It might be a terrible now.
That was terrible.
Why so?
It wasn't. That's how.
Let me see.
So okay. So by your definition, she could be a whore. I give you that, but I'm not giving up my definition for you.
Right, because let's move it along here, because the general definition of a hoe is a woman that sleeps with a lot of men, especially at one time, and is transactional. She's getting something from sleeping with these men, and that's what Big Rick said. He referred to his wife as his personal hoe because she's now a liability. She's sleeping.
Yeah. So that was some man, I guess I wasn't there at the time, named Big Rick, and he called his own wife his personal whore. And I like his personal whore. And a liability. A liability. God damn.
She's having sex with him and only him, but he has to fund her lifestyle, pay her bills, get her hair done, her nails done. But the only way he separated his wife from a hoe that's out here is that she is his personal hoe.
Mm-hmm. No, with his wife a hoe. These niggas is terrible.
It's something like she was a good hoe versus a bad hoe.
He did say that.
Okay.
He did say that. He definitely
did say that. So let me reverse this a little bit.
Trashy.
You take whore and wife in the Bible and make it work.
It's not.
OG, before you do that, right? I accept your definition, but the definition is expanded now. It's having sex for money in the modern day and age. And I think everybody can agree with it.
It's in the mirror.
For sure. No. It's fine, but I just think it's disingenuous knowing that we know how words work. Right?
I understand.
If I tell you like, yo, I'm about to go bust a jug, right? You might not know what a jug is.
I'm gonna tell you why I'm across the board with this, bro.
Right though, because that's 6.
I know what the word nigga means. I don't care how much y'all say it's for endearment. I would never accept that word. Call their mother a bitch and see what happens. So what I'm trying to tell, what I'm the water is gonna have weapons in it.
Happen, right? She can say bitch, and it can mean
for man to be or.
No.
But see, you know what?
For him to,
I think it is for both of them to be whores. I think it is nasty.
Society doesn't hold that same stigma to a man whore the way they do
yes,
a
they
woman.
do.
No, they don't.
Yeah,
Because Goose Bigelow, male gigolo, men and women watch that.
I don't hear about gigolos no more. Y'all like to go back all the way back.
That's not going all the way
Right
back.
now, we know that diseases and all kinds of fungi and they just exist, and we now know that it's disgusting.
But
Let's do
women
that.
are
Let's
still-
go
look,
there though.
Men still big up to men. They can get a lot of women the same way. The women are still.
Hey, I need you to mute that or put it lower. Like,
Still having kids, having relationships, and trying to lock down these men that's having sex with their friends, sister, mama, dad. Not dad, but I'm just meaning, they just
Look,
having sex.
you just make shit up. There aren't a lot
That's
of
not.
women
He's
trying
not.
to
He's
lock
not making. He's
down.
not making things up. He's
Yes,
saying what
it
happens
is.
in real
That's
life.
a fact.
Listen,
So
when
listen.
you speak alone as if it's a whole shitload of women who
It
want
is. Who you? Hold
No,
on. Hold
it's
on.
not.
There's- Listen,
Listen,
ma'am.
y'all
The
gotta
CD,
stop.
the C, listen,
Y'all
listen,
gotta-
ma'am. The CDC shows that women pass more STDs around than men do.
Yes,
This is
but
why
who
you
do
got.
we get up?
now you heard what and this is what I'm talking about when we mess with dumb men, right? I'm gonna stop trying to use the N word because my grandson is here. Because he's saying with the CDC reports. Go ask Pop to make us some of that before he come up, okay? Tell him I need it for the cramps. Okay. The CD. I'm gonna explain. In fact, let me just run it because he just said he's talking about with the CDC reports. Here we go.
So wrong because if you don't understand a woman's anatomy, we get the disease, we're going to the doctors. And did you know that if your girlfriend went to the doctor and they found that she had a disease,
Hey, my
they
mama
gonna
been
give
nurse
her,
for
Nate, I'm talking. See how disrespectful? That they gonna give her the medicine for her and for you because they know that a lot of men do not go to the doctors. And so when you see the stats, it's because men aren't going to the doctors, but the women are. That's why the
What?
stats.
I don't know, cause my mama been a nurse.
And then this dude said, "I don't know, cause my mama been a nurse." And what you mean? He said, "I don't know, cause my mama been a nurse."
My whole life, and she'll tell anybody that women don't go to the doctor like they supposed to. Most of these women not having pap smear. She said she had to when she used to help the OG.
No, it is. You keep changing shit up.
Hold on, let him finish. Let him finish, Auntie. Let him finish, Auntie. Please, let him finish, please. Go
My
ahead.
mama used to say this. Like I learned what a pap smear was from her. She used to say grown women used to go 4-5 years without getting a pap smear. She said when women used to come, they'll check they
well, I'm gonna see it. So.
The medical records and say when the last time you seen your doctor, your OGBYN was this amount of time. Why you wait so long? I wasn't in a relationship, so I didn't feel the need to be getting it. So now that's an anecdotal experience, but I'm saying to a lot of women, you're thinking.
So
that
she
men-
went. So she had a. So listen to what I was saying when I said you're being disingenuous, right? Because I said that men aren't going, but you said that women just aren't going as much as they should. They're not going yearly or every other year, but at least she went 5 years ago, and now she's there now. Right?
At
So
least
that's
she
what
went
I'm
5
saying.
years
The numbers in the stats is showing because women are the ones who going to the doctor. Right now, she got
You know, it's a big reason.
But the CDC stats also show that 1 in 4 men haven't had sex in the last year or is a virgin.
Listen to what, and they gonna tell me I'm lying. Watch this. This man is about to say that men are virgins, right? Watch.
Going to the doctor. Right now, she got.
You know, it's a big reason.
But the CDC stats also show that 1 in 4 men haven't had sex in the last year or is a virgin by the age of 30. So
Or is a virgin by the age of 30, right?
if 1 in 4
That
men
is a
haven't had
lie.
sex, but that means so do you agree?
It's not a lie. It's not a lie.
And then that nigga over there who keep masturbating that's not a lie.
It literally says men from 18 to 30 have not had sex in a whole year. It literally says
This nigga said in a whole year.
In a
It
whole
literally
year
says
doesn't
that.
equal, it doesn't equal virgin. Did you hear what he said? He said that virgin. You said he
my
had sex in a year. That's
No,
not
he
the
didn't.
same.
Nobody said virgin.
Hold on.
They just said nobody said virgin. They just said nobody said virgin. Let's do it again.
I'm saying the numbers in the stats is showing because women are the ones who going to the doctor. Right now, she got.
You know, it's a big reason.
But the CDC stats also show that 1 in 4 men haven't had sex in the last year or is a virgin by the age of 30. So if that
or is a virgin by age 30. The CDC shows that so many men haven't had sex in a year or is a virgin. And I said that's a lie, right?
If one in four
That
men
is a
are
lie.
pregnant, but that means, so do you agree?
It's not
that-
a lie. It's not a lie.
That is
It
a
literally
lie.
says men from 18 to 30 have not had sex in a whole year. It literally says that.
In a
It
whole
literally
year
says
doesn't
that.
equal. It doesn't equal virgin. Did you hear what he said? He said that virgin.
Oh
You said
my
he had sex in a year. That's
No,
not
he
the
didn't.
same.
Nobody said virgin.
Hold on.
He
What you
did
about to
say
about-
that.
He didn't say virgin, but okay.
No, what
Okay,
you about to
let's
say?
rewind it. Like
No, I was gonna the point that I was gonna make before we
And see, and they stand on it, they shake their heads like I'm wrong. And like I'm the older one, you would think it would be my hair. Oh, it's cold. You want to? Where you cup that? Are you gonna drink it out of this? No, I have a cold. I want you to catch my cold. Go get your cup. Y'all, this happens all the time. I could be over there and I could say something. I'll say it's not true. Then everybody be like, oh, she don't know what she's talking about. Right? But I'm listening to every word. They're the ones who refuse to listen because I'm just a woman. Like, who am I? I'm just a woman. And because I'm just a woman, they're not listening. I am listening to their dumbass comments. So right now, there's a couple of men up here who keep saying the word virgin was never used. Crazy.
just started talking about something else, but I was gonna ask, so is a man with a bunch of wives, is he nasty too, or is it just like if the women aren't your wives?
Almost definitely he's nasty, but you know, that's not my religion. To those who are in that religion, they don't feel like it's nasty. And to those of us who aren't, like, yeah, I'm not sharing my husband with no other wives. And it's nasty.
But yeah,
To me.
I don't think a man is, men and women aren't the same.
Look, he mad. He don't like my answer. And they was ready. They wanted me to say, well, yeah, no, that's not nasty. Or they wanted, so people could jump on me. I don't care what your fucking religion is. Okay, believe what you want. But my husband is not, he ain't getting no extra wives. Okay? Unless we gonna be in this bitch with extra husbands and wives at this bitch. Okay, he want an extra wife, then I'm going to give me an extra husband. Okay, I got a few in mind already, just like he probably got a few in mind based on these men. I'm saying, right? Because that's what these men say. All men want all these wives, and I'm saying, okay. I've always said if husband want extra women, cool. What's good for the goose is good for the gander. We'll be in this bitch like a whole lots of families. We be one family within a whole lot of family, a whole lot of family within one family. But there'll be husbands over there, wives over there, they wives, his wives will have husbands, and all of us. It'll be fuck all that. These men want to control you, and I'm saying, okay, we can rock it out. We be needing a mansion in this bitch. That's what I'm saying.
And I guess we
No,
can try to make
that's
this
right.
argument.
We can have sex nonstop without you knowing, but y'all like to say that we're not the same and try
Yeah.
to make it seem like you're
Yeah,
so
and-
superior, but you're not, right? You need a break. A man could get on a woman right after another man got out of it, and they could keep doing that.
Yeah, but
You're
but
right.
Don't that mean the woman's the nasty one?
Hold on.
Yeah,
But
that would be nasty for everybody involved if they did that.
but bomb cherry, this is the thing. This is why we different, right?
See how they keep switching it up? But watch what this man said. Look, he about to tell us how he's so superior and different. Here we go.
If a man has sex with you, you get pregnant. You can't do anything for 9 months.
What do
right?
you mean I could continue to have sex for
Oh, yeah,
9 months?
Yeah, you can be nasty. Right? I get it. You can be a freak.
You got him. Look,
I got you, right?
You heard it?
This is the
He
thing.
said, I get it. You could be a freak. First, his point was, he said a woman can't do nothing. I said, well, yeah. You need help, man? Oh, you got it. You need help? Okay, mama coming. He said, you can't do nothing. And I said, no, what do you mean? I can continue to have sex. Then he said, oh, I see, you could be a freak. And that's what this young man kept doing, this whole conversation, right? you could be a freak. She would say something, I would prove it wrong, and then he would take it to insults. Okay? Yeah.
A man has sex with you, and this is why like when people, a lot of girls like try to
Did you
make
know that when did you know when a woman's
Bomb, you
pregnant?
gotta wait a second.
Well, did you know when a woman's pregnant, you men are attracted to her? You can smell her phone,
No,
and
I
you
don't.
therefore you yes, y'all say she got a glow, and y'all love pregnant women. That's how God has
Hold on,
that
real quick. Hold on.
hell.
Look, they refuse to listen, baby. Let me tell you something. They don't like when I start pulling out facts on there, they don't like it. Let me tell you men something. God has been set up, baby. Okay? Women do not need to be single if they don't want to. A man could get her pregnant and leave, right? Go to war and die, or just decide to leave her. And there will be another man who will be smelling her, attracted to her, want her. We call it a glow, right? Everybody have seen it. Go in there. Hold on a second, y'all. What you ain't seen it wet white. But it's okay. Y'all need your mama needs my mama needs your time. Okay, not that one though. You gotta clean up from here. No, it's going with that one. Yeah, just a quick one, man. You just got mama just got that ready. You saw it. Go get the soap from right there. See it? The soap, the body wash right there. See it? That one? Yeah. Anyone? Yeah, that's the one you can reach. Can you? You don't see the other one? Yeah, that's a good one. Come on. So wash it up. Okay. What's the blue? Yeah, blue. Smell good to us. Okay. Come on, boo over here. Let's see. There you go. Yeah, good boy. Good boy, Lee. You did wipe pretty well. You did a good job. You feel better? Yeah. You did a good job. You have nothing on it. Oh, you got to wipe better. According to the law, this should be just out for the same day. Yeah, go tell your daddy give you some new underwear. Right? I'm sorry, y'all. I had to take care of my grandson. Okay. You're getting a lot better at wiping. You did a good job. Okay. He went in my bathroom, y'all, and just dunk it up. Anyway, so women, and I need y'all to understand it because these men have a lot of women confused, right? You could go and look this up. It's scientific. It's scientific. When a woman gets pregnant, she gets a glow that you can visually see. She also starts smelling. You men can smell her. You can smell when we're ovulating, and you can smell when we're pregnant. Okay, they are distinctive of each other. You could, right? And it's to attract men, and that's why a lot of men are attracted to pregnant women, and it ensures survival, right? Because you men, you admit that you're animalistic, right? And you would like to just take something and beat it up and abuse it and harm it. But this way, when you come across a woman who's pregnant, you would want to protect her, right? You because you're attracted to her. And if you believe in God, that's a God thing. Okay? If you believe in God, that's a God thing. These men will try to make it seem like ladies, we could continue having sex. You only gonna have one baby a year. But we could continue to have sex though. Okay? And then and from my understanding from other men, they say pregnant sex is better than any sex they've ever had. I've heard that many times. Okay. And I guess the only ones who would know is if you ever had sex with a pregnant woman. Now, this one guy, Trey, he gonna say he didn't want to have sex with his baby mom when she was pregnant. But that wasn't what I said. I didn't say that he gonna want to have sex with his baby mom. I said that men will be attracted to his baby mom. Other men. Okay. He might hate her, right? You may end up hating your baby mama or your wife when she's pregnant for various reasons, by the way. Okay. You just might be fear. She may have gotten meaner. Anything could happen. But there will be other men who will be sexually attracted to her. Okay? And those are the facts. Let me hit this.
Oh, when my ex-wife was pregnant, I didn't even want to touch it. I don't know where y'all got that from.
You know,
I agree with Mom Cherry. She ain't lying. It's the truth.
Listen, that's some men. It's not all
She is
men.
not lying.
If my
It's
woman
not
was
all
pregnant, I
men.
did not want to have sex with her. I don't know where y'all get that.
But somebody else would want to have sex with her, though. That's what I'm saying.
Hey Trey.
Just because you
it
don't
ain't-
like
hey,
her for
Trey-
whatever reason, other
Hey
men.
Trey, it ain't
I
all
know.
men. Hey Bomb, it ain't all men, Trey. But when them titties get big and round, them men
it's
be
different.
looking. I'm
They be looking.
I'm not saying
They be
it ain't.
I'm not saying you, Trey, but I'm just saying she's
Majority.
is more than not. Let's put it this
Those,
way. It's more
those,
than
niggas,
not.
those niggas is weird. They willing to have sex with a female that's not their baby mama. That's they took her when she fully pregnant. That's not her baby. That's no. I'm saying real shit. If that's not his kid, he want to have sex with one that's already fully pregnant. That's a weird ass demonic.
Okay,
nigga.
stop right there.
This dude said that a man who wants to have sex with a woman who's pregnant and it's not his baby, he's demonic. I ain't never hear no shit like that. Not from nobody ever in my life. And I've been here for quite a few years, you know what I'm saying? I've heard since I was young, even from, the older boys who wasn't even talking to me because I was so young. They may have been talking to my cousin or one of my aunts or some shit, and they were saying pregnant, is the best. And I've always been hearing crazy stuff like that. And here we have a man talking about that's demonic. That's survival in lots of time periods where men went off and died in war. And some other man would step up while she's pregnant. That's what that's called. But he says it's demonic. These be the very ones who be claiming they're Christians. And they'll accuse something that is actually science, something that's innate in us, which I think a lot of people would say God. They call it demonic.
Wait a minute, Rose, get out of that square. Have you ever looked at porno, bro?
Of course, all the time, every
you
day.
look at another man's dick.
Whoa.
Okay, y'all heard him say all the time, but he ain't done. This is when he gonna start admitting that he watches porn every day. Watch.
Oh. No,
that's weird.
Listen. No. Hold on.
Every day.
How we get there? How we get there? That's crazy. That's wild.
Something is
That's
weird for one
wild.
person.
Hey,
Is that a part of healing? Is the everyday
I'm
for
sorry,
part of
I
healing?
forgot. I do apologize, Trey.
Wolfgang, did you just say you watch porn every day?
Well, every other day.
No.
Is that a part of the healing?
Hold
I'm
on,
not gonna let you walk that back.
No, everybody, nobody talk while I'm talking.
Please.
Listen, that's fine with me. Listen, that's fine. Go ahead, Trey.
Hold on, Wolfgang, listen. Did you not just say that you watch porn every day?
Yes.
Now, see, this is what I'm talking about. Wait. For anybody.
Yeah, he said he watched porn every day. Then he tried to walk it back to once every 2 days, which is still a lot. And listen, I'm gonna have to say this because I hope there ain't many of y'all who's like him. Okay, maybe now, mind you, I'm willing to go to when y'all teenagers. Okay, even young men, right? You're going through puberty, your body is doing all kinds of things. You can't control certain things. You're trying to figure it out. We're not talking about that, right? This man said he's 38 years old. And he masturbates every day. Okay. And he says that's normal. And I'm assure you, if you think that's normal and if you're doing that, then you have an issue. That's what's going on with society today. It really affects your brain. It affects you. Masturbating every day. Desensitized. See that bull crap when they be like the women be desensitized through her rabbit or toys. Well, if she was using it every day, yes. If she was using it every day, it would become something that she used to and desensitize. But if she used it every time she has sex and she having sex once or a couple times a week, it won't desensitize her. But with men though, right? Um, yeah. Your brain, you become brain fog, all kinds of things happen due to this. You can't have sex, get pleasure from sex no more because you're using your hand and squeezing it tight and you know what I mean? And I ended up getting on him earlier. I skipped through that because I was saying something about his the woman based on the story he told about him healing and shit. And I went off on him and told him that I know what he sound like. He sound like a man who woman, you know, she still deal with him, but she only giving him pity pussy and because she don't find having sex with him as enjoyable. Um, he still love her, and that's why he not choosing nobody. That's when he say he's still healing. You know, she'll give him some probably because he's still nice to her and everything. She may even love him, but she just not happy with him, so she fucking other people. Um, he ain't like that. But actually, the more I start talking to him, going, he start admitting some of these things. You know, some of these things that come to me, it comes to me like I can see people's lives right in front of me. The flash right before me. The woman who he still gets with every once in a while. In fact, you know, I think that's who he lived with. I think he lived with a woman, and but she just don't want to be in a relationship with him. So he's still healing, and he can't be caught on no phone or in no DMs with nobody while he living there with that woman.
Nobody say anything. Now this man just got through telling us that a woman who started to develop and this special or this perfect specimen to have a child where her hormones change and she start developing places, her hair grow, her fingernails grow, her breasts get more fuller. That's weird. But what?
That's not what I said. I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
Stop.
Not what I said.
You said another man's wife. Stop.
I said if you have sex with a woman that's fully pregnant and developing a baby, you're a weird ass nigga. That's not your baby. That's what I said. I just said that.
Okay. So
OG,
if that's
this is what we missing.
Yeah.
The man said he was healing.
Yeah. You healing
I still want to get my rocks off. I'm still
healing with Pamela. Wait. Only way he's healing, he putting a lot of Bengay on his wrist, because I know it got to be sore if you're watching it.
Oh, they ate his ass up there. He told people he didn't want to get with a woman because he said he was healing. And come to find out all he do is masturbate every day. Now, I guess I appreciate the fact that he wouldn't waste her time. I think, I think that's cool. When he realized, okay, I can't separate, I can't separate from my right and left hands because, you're going to distract me from masturbating. So I'm going to have to pass. Lord have mercy. I can't, I can't. Anyway, my husband about to be coming up here. I'm running through a cold. Like I woke up this morning with my throat a little sore. So I knew what to do, right? I make sure I cough that stuff up. Don't let it sit too long on my throat. So that's what I was doing all day, like coughing up the phlegm and getting it come up. Then I started sneezing when hubby left. Day back, I'm not really sneezing anymore, but I did take a Dayquil. But I think I'm gonna try to take a NyQuil. I'm not sure if I'm going to sleep tonight. I might be over there by Trey, the Truth Teller. Look, Trey, the Truth Teller, he has a channel, y'all. Okay, go and make sure you subscribe. I may be over there tonight. It was a few of us over there. I had a great time. Okay, I had a great time. Although I was up there with the idiots, but the idiots sometimes make the conversation great. Truth. I was about to call him Truth Teller, but Trey the Truth Teller, he was a very nice and welcoming host of his channel. Okay, so I had no problem with him. I had fun. I did. If y'all go look at the stream, because it looked like it's 6 hours. Looked like I got over there pretty early, which shocking. I didn't know it was that early. Let me see how how long when I got over there. Let's see. Now it looked like it was a couple of hours, maybe, huh? Okay, I ended up over there around here. So it was 2 hours in when I got there, and I didn't leave until I was still there. I was still there. We had even looked like I left around here at the what mark is this? It looked like I was over there for about 4 hours. Okay. I had a great time. Um, I had a great time. Okay. So y'all go check it out. Even when two people came over, who it was? It was Elder and Vanta ended up coming over. Man, they messy as hell too, baby. Okay. I'm gonna go over there again and chill out with them again if I'm up tonight or whenever they go live. I'm not sure what his schedule. Let me see. Let's see what his schedule usually like. I found him last night, y'all, and I had to be honest. I had a good time. It looks like he go. Yeah, it look like he go live every day. Okay, look like he go live every day. Wait, they had a SmackDown, late night SmackDown. Lucky Marie versus Lee Tasha. I don't know who that is. Oh, look, do Lucky Marie be over here? I haven't seen her in a minute. Let me see.
At a time that me as your husband, I can't get things back in order.
Oh, they got somebody named Natasha. She looked familiar, but her name doesn't look familiar. But her picture, she reminds me of. I think her name was Black Beauty. No, that's not her though. That's not her. Remember that? That Black Beauty. That we had a couple of Black Beauties over here. That's what she looked like, but nah, she looked a little different. But her picture looked familiar. I'm gonna check this out though. I like to see what they was talking about doing the Saturday SmackDown review. Maybe they was reviewing it. Oh, that's Miss Karen Morris. Think I think she had said something to me. I kind of went off on her. It was on some, I was already kind of the men was coming at me, and then the woman come on. I I take you take offense to that. I'm up there speaking on behalf of basically myself, but trying to tell people, look, you can have your own type of marriage, right? And I'm not downing not the men nor the women. I'm not calling the women whores just because the men want me to call them whores. And I'm not calling the men out their name simply because the women want me. The women never try to get me to talk about the men. It's always the reverse, right? And I don't do that. So if I'm already, getting grilled by the men, which I'm okay with, when a woman comes up and she says something, because I understand, right? The pick me. I understand the pick me. The pick me want to raise her hand and clarify what side she on. But the thing is, I would advise them not to come for me. They gotta play with their mama, but don't play with me. That's all. You know what I mean? Uh, because I'm not gonna go light on you. Maybe you might even think I'm going light on the men because I'm just answering their question. But I ain't gotta really attack the men. They really attack themselves with the dumbass shit they say. But the women, on the other hand, when they come, they, that if she picked me and shit, You know, a couple of women asked me if my husband told me he didn't want me to go. I answered, I'm going. Okay. Um, but at the same time, I'm not with a man who would be like, you can't go. Now, hubby has done that before, and it didn't work out. It didn't work out quite like neither one of us thought it would. Okay, you see what I'm saying? Like at points in your life, you got to make a stance, and you teach people how to treat you. So that's why in the conversation when I said he put me through things, and then I also said, and I put him through things. So that's me I can't be any fairer, right? That's me saying, hey, like I'm not perfect. He wasn't perfect. We was getting to know each other in this marriage. And yeah, that's what it was. I'm trying to be as honest as I can be, right? And but you women can't take the opportunity of me, letting these niggas show their own stupidity and think that you gonna get in and take a shot at me. It's not gonna be cool. It's not gonna work out the way you think it is. Okay. Um, because I got a lot to say about some of these women who really think that they get the, you know what I mean? Like they literally listening to these men. Uh, and then they think they're gonna find a man who don't even sound like these men. These men do not sound appetizing. They don't sound like, oh, I want to be like him. Um, even on that panel that I shared, and I'm gonna show y'all the thing again. Trey, the truth teller. Okay, I don't have the link, but I can get it. But Trey, the truth teller, go and subscribe to him. Okay, y'all see it? Trey, the truth teller. He was cool. What I'm saying though is this. Some of these women, right? I wasn't on a panel, I was in a chat with somebody earlier, and all they were talking about was black menace, black menace. They disgusting. They just and you found me on the other side of that, saying that nah, like in that situation, that man, both the men in her life was good. She was the ain't shit person. You know what I'm saying? Um, so we got women who got other women thinking, yeah, you the prize. Yes, you could be the prize, but she's not never telling you that the man you're with, you should treat him like he's a prize too, or treat him as at least as good as you want him to treat you, right? Um, I have some videos and they are bad. I I wanted to share them, but it makes the women look so bad, y'all. And the thing is no men involved. It's the women all by themselves saying the ridiculous. And I promise you, I didn't go down to the lower of the barrel. I'm not gonna go look for the lowest or the worst of us as a group of people to put them on display. I would never do that. So anything I display is gonna be like what the norm, what most young people are looking at, and what they are saying based on what they have seen. And it's embarrassing. And I do have it saved so I can share it. I've been having some of this shit since November, and I haven't shared it because it's so bad. And people gonna be like, oh, she coming at the women. Um, but I think most of us gonna agree that shit's stupid. Okay. Um, so I'm just saying, if I can share the men saying stupid shit, I feel like I could share the women saying stupid shit too. Okay, that was a woman. She on here. She on the internet talking about how she balling and got her shit together. She moves into this new apartment, and it's so fucking crazy, right? I'm gonna share. I think I'm gonna share it tomorrow because Hubby gonna be up here. But um, so there's one where she let the dude come over, and now I'm from both of them. This shit was crazy. She invited the dude to her house. He had just gotten there. I think she had flew him out. She flew him in to her. She flew him in, right? Which okay, I'm thinking, okay, if she flies him in, that's her showing him I don't even know what to call that. Would I have flew my husband in before we got married? Would I have flew him to me? Let me think about that one. Cause let me think about that for a motherfucking second. I can't even lie, right? No. Um, I would have never flew a man out to see me. But that doesn't mean that once he got to me that I wouldn't have, I would have made sure he was good. We're gonna go eat. There's times where I paid for hubby and I to go eat before we was married. I'm talking about, once we married, out with mine was his, and was his with mine. I'm talking about before. Um, I'd be like, hey, you want to get some pizza? He might not have had the money. I bought the pizza. He had the car. He went and picked him up, or we went out to eat, and I may have paid. I had no problem with that with somebody I like spending my time with. Um, yeah, I really liked him. I didn't really do that with a lot of men. In fact, I don't think I've ever done that with any man except my husband, who ended up being my husband. Okay? I don't think I ever paid for a guy ever, unless he was like a friend, like a real genuine just friend. And all of us got, and we was teenagers. We all got together to come up with enough money for all of us to go wherever we were going, some shit like that. But as far as paying for some man, uh, no. But I don't think nothing's wrong with that. But I do think women, when you fly men out to see you, it needs to be somebody you really fuck with and somebody you know fuck with you. Um, yeah, because I saw this woman flew this guy out to her, and he had just gotten there because he kept making it a point that he had just gotten there. So, and this is what's bad, right? They apparently he had just gotten to her town. Now I don't know whether she picked him up or he Ubered to her house, but he goes live and he admits, I just got here and look at this bitch, right? And he goes and show her house. Now you could tell she just moved there. Her bed mattresses was on the floor, which I didn't think nothing wrong with it. And it looked clean, except she had a pile of clothes on the floor in the bedroom. And she was like, yeah, I just moved here. He was like, why would you invite me here with it dirty like this? And he's that's what he did to her after she flew him to her. Okay. Um, the honest truth, like it didn't look like she had any dresser drawers in the room. So she had her clothes on the floor and they wasn't neat. Now it wasn't that bad, but I could see where it wasn't good, if that makes sense what I'm saying. Right? And what he kept saying is, why would you invite anybody to your house with it like this? And she was like, she started telling him like where you live and shit like that. And she was like, and he was like, why would you do that? And he said something like, well, we not talking about me. We're talking about you right now. And that's when I was like, girl, you had to know he this type of dude to put out his phone on you. It's crazy. There was another one with the young woman. The guy flew her to him. And his apartment was nice too. Um, his apartment was nice. He had some nice furniture in the bedroom and everything, because that's where they were. And she goes live because she says they had been there and ate dinner and everything. They had a good time. And then he goes in the bedroom so they could look at movies, right? And he got this big TV on the wall. And he then took off his shorts and got in bed. She goes live and say, look, he trying to get me on this dirty bed. But the bed wasn't dirty, but he did not have any sheets on the bed. And she was like, why would you invite me to get in bed when you got no sheets on your bed? Look, he had nice fun. His headboard was all that. Like it was a nice setup. And she went live to embarrass him that way. She was like, look at him. And she was like, I'm not getting in bed with you. And then he was like, we could have bought some sheets. And she said, yeah, I could buy you some sheets. And then he's like, nah, You could get dressed. I'm taking you, I'm bringing you back. And she'd be like, nah, we could have went and got sheets. Now, the thing is, she mentions, because you could tell she liked him. They ate, they had, fun and things. And now he thinking they're going to get a little closer because, he got in the bed so they could look at movies. You know what I'm saying? She was showing his shorts on the floor. Talking about, look at him. He got undressed. Why did she go live to do that, though? Just show he ain't got no sheets on his nice bed. And embarrass that man like that. Yeah, that's crazy. Everybody just want a spot to go possibly viral. That was so wrong. So when that man did to that woman, that was wrong. That was really wrong to me. He did it, and what she did was wrong too. Okay. I'm thinking, damn, nobody thinking about a person. You like, oh, I got something I could go live with, and then you just go live. That's crazy. People not really caring about. They're not thinking anymore. It's like a lot of brainless birds out here. Okay, out here. I don't know. Anyway, y'all go check out that stream. The name of that stream was
most certainly.
It was called Kidney, Good or Bad. It was good. There's some spots in there. I didn't go over everything. I only went through a little bit of it. But there was some good spots in there. Good conversation. I definitely wanted to touch on him being the masturbator. I called him the masturbator. OG was over there cooking his ass, man. Listen, it was crazy. But this guy right here, I did go off on. He ended up leaving. Let me see where he at. That one with that. Oh, this dude. They had him interview like he was on a date with her, and I told him how fucked up that was. Our generation, man, god damn, at least we grew up out in the world. This dude right here, real dope daddy, okay? He shouldn't have mentioned my motherfucking husband. Okay, that's where he went wrong.
Wolf and Light Skin up here. And we're gonna test this quote unquote game that this Wolf and
real quick. What was I about to say?
Listen, ladies, don't give these men no body count numbers. And listen, if you feel like you ain't getting nothing out of it, yeah, why are you counting that? I wouldn't count it. It's like you loaning me some money, but you ain't got the money. You told me you're gonna come loan me some money. And then when you come over, you ain't giving me shit. Right?
If you have relations with 10 men, they don't count. If you didn't climax, it sounds crazy.
So yeah, I started to play around with him because somebody had mentioned the body count, and they said that some women not counting certain men. Okay, now I told them not to give no body count. Don't give no number at all. And if you're gonna give a number, ladies, lie. Like make that number real fucking high. You know what I'm saying? Like a man who asks you how many men you've been with, he don't respect you. Okay, that gotta be the craziest motherfucking question. So if he's actually disrespecting you, to be honest, okay, y'all gotta stop trying to. They want to make it normal, right? And then some of these women would be like, "Oh, nothing wrong with answering. If you just don't want to answer because your number high." I'm looking at her thinking, "Look at her." Okay, she probably got a high ass number, but she ain't gonna admit it. Like then she gonna play it like you are the whore. Okay. It's crazy as hell. Okay. Maybe.
Crazy.
Hey, I know what I want to say now. Hold on, I want to say.
I
know I want to say now. With respect, Miss Cherry, with respect, right? The rules are the rules, right? Like, I get it. You got a husband, you love him and all that, but we got to hold him to the same standard that we hold everybody else to when it comes to these women. It is what it is, right? So, whatever opinion, whatever way you represent him and whatever way you make him look in public, men will take that data and that information, and they'll maybe form an opinion about him. It is what it is.
I'm
We
okay
like
with
you. We fuck with you. We like you, but
Well, you
I
ain't gotta
think-
fuck with me, but even if
I'm
you
just-
do, I'm okay with that.
yeah, I'm just saying, like we can't lower the standards for him and nobody else. It is what it is.
Listen, you don't know how I live, but I can assure you nobody standards is low over here, but it's okay.
We know some.
It's okay. You know someone.
Listen,
No some.
whatever love y'all got.
Y'all hear me playing with me, right?
4:30 in the morning
Uh-oh.
in New
What
York.
happened?
It's
But
4:30 in the morning.
if you him, she'll answer.
And I listen. I only got one phone,
what did I do?
bros. So who am?
That's what you said.
Yes.
When I say something, then it gotta be law. It gotta be serious. Y'all not getting that yet? He don't know what he like, or he don't know, So another man gonna tell another man what he should and shouldn't like. That's some weird shit to me.
ain't weird at all.
Carrie,
Yeah, go ahead.
So on your IG, is your husband okay with your IG presence?
Yeah, that's my smallest presence, but my largest is where I have over 1 million men following.
Do you still do anything like that to this day?
No.
Okay.
Well, I'm thinking about it because, the money, you know what I'm saying? I'm missing the money that I used to make. But, yeah, my husband's the photographer. The grab cameras around our homes 24/7. Okay, multiple cameras. And, yeah.
But Miss Cherry, so I think what Mark was saying that there's a certain caliber of man that's not going to let his woman or wife be exposed to other men, and if he has no say so, then he, we have to question, some things. So no,
I get it. You would say he didn't have a say so, but remember, my husband is a grown man, and he was also military. But you mean like we could name Lil Wayne? We could go through all these caliber men that y'all. I guess those aren't the caliber of men, right? So what caliber of men are you talking about?
Yeah,
there?
Lil Wayne, they don't count.
Oh, they don't count. Why? Because I know him personally. Like I know all the rappers, because all the rappers knew me. You know
I
what I'm
don't
saying?
consider that a high caliber man.
We don't consider most of them
Broke ass niggas don't consider wealthy men high caliber because, just because.
high character men or high caliber. We just consider them to have money. They
They
entertain
have
us.
money, but you don't have. They have all kinds of things that you don't have. But
Hold on,
they
you said
not
you
high
said I don't have
caliber.
money?
You don't consider them high caliber, but you broke ass.
What makes you think I don't have money?
Now, I want to be clear. Remember, I mentioned wealthy men, right? I mentioned Lil Wayne, and he said, "Oh, we don't consider them high caliber." So he knew what type of wealth I was talking about. Okay, so then I go and say, "Oh, they got money that you don't have, but they're not high caliber." Okay, and then he focused on me saying that he don't have that money, like like what you broke ass. Then now he bringing it to how you know I'm broke. I know he broke just based on that question he asked me. I know he broke based on his background and his hat. I know he broke, especially when he's saying that those wealthy men, they're not of any caliber in which he's speaking about. The ones who could get all the women that he wish he could get, the caliber of women that he wish he could get, but he isn't. And that's what, and so when he took that, how you know I'm broke, and then later after I get on him, because I didn't like a few things that he mentioned, like you need to talk to my husband, like as if, and shit like that he said in him. And that's when I tell him I could tell. Just like we know the dude who's sitting in somebody's fucking kitchen, right? And just like this dude right there. But from Philly. I probably could tell you exactly who the fuck he is if I wanted to. Use his picture and go to Instagram and ask the people, do they recognize him? You see what I'm saying? Like, that's how simple it is. It would be. That's how simple it would be. But watch how this shit go.
Well, I mean, I'm looking. I'm not saying you. I mean, like, what you mean?
What do you see that says I don't have money?
I mean, you.
You
His
see a
hat
person.
alone. His hat
Yeah,
alone
it's
lets you know he has money. I'm gonna be real with you.
His hat alone? You mean the
I don't
hats
even-
that I can make right now and put any name on it? Is that
No. That's official,
Oh, how you know?
ma'am. I'm
You what?
I'm a designer guy. This is what
I'm
I
at,
do.
did you not hear what OG said about me earlier? What did he say? Anybody remember?
I don't remember, Miss Bombshell.
Oh, okay. What he said is that I
she
can make
basically Dapper
anything
Dan.
and put the names on it.
Basically like Dapper Dan.
The Chanel, the bags, the shoes, the custom.
Oh, sorry. Wait. Entonces. Sorry, I became. And hold on, y'all. Okay, y'all go. I want y'all to go look at it if y'all want to. It's good. You know, go over there and get to know the people on the panel and things like that. But you're gonna see we're gonna start talking about textiles, right? I don't know if they understand what I said. Like when I'm saying when I asked him, he asked me about the robe he got on. Do I think it's real or not? I can't even see it, right? I didn't even know it's a robe until he mentioned this robe. He says, "Can you tell if it's real?" And I said, "Can you?" And then he says, "Yeah." And I'm like, "Oh, how? Right? How?" And then I started to make a point that uh we in our communities buy things with names on it, right? And these things can be made, recreated. You spend that money because it has a name on it. And what does that mean? Because the women just found out something I've been saying for years. I kept saying it. I was like, "Hey, ladies, like you buying this Louis Vuitton." I kept trying to even convince them, "Hey, buy something with your name on it. If you're gonna buy something that's custom, why would you want me to put LV on it? Why you want me to put Chanel on it?" I ain't gonna lie, it look good when I do, right? It looks good. People love the pillows and anything I make that Chanel don't even make. You know what I mean? That LV don't even make. The mask when I was making them, right? People love that shit. But I would be like, "Hey, uh, you don't want to put your custom name. You don't have a custom family dress or anything for me to put on." And they don't even think about that. They always want somebody else's name on it. Okay, you know. Um, this is the thing though. I've been telling women that those bags that they're buying, you know, you could buy a Louis Vuitton bag for about $2,000 something dollars, right? Um, $2,000-$3,000, and it's not even real leather. Did you know you can buy a leather bag for like $200 that'll last you forever? Um, if you buy the Louis Vuitton leather bag, you know that's not meant for the poor people because you paying thousands for that. But most black women have a Louis Vuitton bag that is just vinyl, like literally vinyl, right? What they also they call it vinyl, uh, pleather, and it has those little symbols on it and stuff. That is pleather. It's not leather. Why would you pay $2,000 for pleather bag? You only do that with a Louis Vuitton. You Michael's Kors. Um, you buying bags, they put pricey tags on them, and you buy them, and you think that they're worth that simply because their branding is Michael Kors. And I am telling you that that bags is pleather. It's not leather. Leather don't cost that much. Even Italian leather, right? Which, by the way, they keep saying, oh, these people get the finest leathers. And I'm like, no, that's what they tell you. That is their selling point. That's their selling point. Genuine leather, which America make, right? That is a brand. That there's a process they do to the leather called that. Here, in other countries, leather come. If y'all know where leather come from, right? Animals, skins, different type of leathers, right? Crocodiles, cows, and all kinds of animals, right? Sheep and all kinds of things get you different textiles, and where you get the suede and different things from. If you know that, then now my question is, do you think they're uh, growing up bulls and different animals just for the hide? No, the seller is the meat. The hide is just the hide that they process, and then they'll put a stamp on it, made in Italy. And I'm like, so what you think they do and give those animals to make that hide so extra fine, where that leather is just so perfect, like that guy was saying? I'm like, dude, that is not true. But you ain't gotta believe me. Go read it. You know, we are on the internet. And I just started reading about textiles maybe about 3-4 years ago. You get in the shower? Yeah. Just about 3-4 years ago, when I started wanting to learn how to, spin my own yarn and things like that. Start doing the research, and yeah. So we got people who don't even know. They probably never touch anything leather, but they sure know that uh these bag makers have the finest leathers. Like they search all over the world for the finest leathers. And then you go and you buy a bag, or you go and do some research with some of the people who purchase the bags and open them up, just to find that a lot of times it's just regular fucking leather. Only an idiot would be like, oh, they scouring the world looking for the perfect leather. That's the infomercial, baby. That's the commercial. That's how they get you to buy it. That is not actually what they do, though. It's not actually what they do. But that's what a couple of guys told me. One guy told me that over there by Sharon a couple of weeks ago, and this guy told me that shit last night. I didn't even want to have the argument with him. I said, dude, do your research. Okay. So when I asked him, do he know if it's real? When I'm looking at it and it's just a robe, it looked like just a velour robe. Okay, that's it. So what makes that so special? Because you could buy a velour blanket that same size in Walmart or Walgreens or CVS, right? Christmas time they were selling them, and you could get them like for $5 to $15 right now. The size of that robe in that material is about $15. First of all, it's polyester mostly, and it ain't worth not a goddamn thing. It looks cool, I guess. And if he bought it for anything over, I don't know, $50, then he overspent. He overspent simply to say he got it with their name on it. So I can't reason with irrational people who think that somebody else's name on their shit, makes their things valuable. I can't. Now, I did like that hat he had on, though. It was colorful and things like that. I couldn't really see the robe, but yeah, we got to do better, baby. We got to do better. We got to think about our money, put it where it go, and stop bragging about how you think somebody got money. Go and mention Cowtown to that young Philadelphia dude. He probably gonna deny that he's ever been there. Or he gonna tell you heard about it, but I don't go there. Well, listen. That's where they go, baby. Shit that look like it's real comes from Cowtown. Looks like perfect replicas. I can't even beat Cowtown prices. You get a Louis Vuitton bag from Cowtown for about um maybe about $60. And you ain't gonna it gonna come with a lot and even a serial number. Them motherfuckers. Y'all need to look at a movie. What's the name of that? The House of Gucci. I'm not sure if y'all seen The House of Gucci, right? But they told us everything we fucking need to know. The House of Gucci, the youngsters coming up who knew they were gonna take over the business after the fathers died and shit like that. They went to their parents with the idea of making high-end, cheaper items for everybody to have a Gucci bag, right? Now the older people who started the business, they were like, hell nah. They were like, nah. They was like, our name brand has it has a certain clientele, and these clientele, they spend big money, and we only want to sell the to these people. Yeah, they'll get a bag for $15,000. One bag that might only take a couple of hundred to make, they can sell for $15,000. That's an upsell for real. But the youngsters was like, oh, that's a good business too, but we're gonna make even more money because we're gonna sell these bags at a couple of $1,000s. So they went and had the bags made and everything and showed it. And so they was actually making their knockoffs. The same company. You wonder why a lot of these knockoffs they're able to sell, right? Because there was a time when the companies themselves were making the knockoffs and selling them. And they wouldn't come and sell them directly to us. They would sell them to the people who sell us the knockoffs in a bulk, right? And then they thought that was a good idea. Go look at the movie. You'll see. A lot of the knockoffs are made by the same people who make the originals. You see what I'm saying? Like, so they got the expensive ones are getting made by the same people who make the cheaper ones. If it got a little flaw, then they put it to the cheaper price. They sell it at the outlets. They do all kinds of things to recoup their money if there's an imperfection that you could visually notice, right? But it doesn't take much to make a bag, y'all. You just have to have the equipment and the machines, okay? And that's it. And the people with those very expensive bags, the people in China is making those bags in the bulk, and then they sending them back to Italy, and Italy put their branding on it, which legally, once they do anything to the bag by branding it with their stamp and putting the hardware on it, they can legally say this is made in Italy. Okay. And now a bag that costs maybe $600, that's with really good leather. A $600 bag should be high quality leather. Because you could get a whole goddamn, depending on what animal we talking, you might be able to buy a whole goddamn animal for $1,000, and that's a lot of hide, a lot of leather, right? Anyway, let me go, y'all. I'm ready. I gotta go jump in the shower. Okay. I'll see y'all later. Tomorrow. I may be up all night though. If Trey is live, I may be over there. Yeah, and I'm also be searching the internet for new other YouTubers. If y'all have a YouTuber go live at night, send me the link and invite me over. You know what I'm saying? If it's fun, y'all find it to be fun, I'll go over and have fun with them. Okay.